I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 114, please. It reads, when Israel went out of Egypt, the house of Yaakov from a people of a strange language. Let me read that again. When Israel went out of Egypt, the house of Yaakov from a people of strange language. Yehuda was his sanctuary, and Israel his dominion. The sea saw it and fled. Jordan was driven back. The mountains skipped like rams, and the little hills like lambs. What ailed thee, O thou sea, that thou fleddest? Thou Jordan, that thou was driven back? Ye mountains, that ye skip like rams, and ye little hills like lambs. Tremble, thou earth, at the presence of Yahweh, at the presence of the Elohim of Yaakov, which turned the rock into a standing water, the flint into a fountain of waters. Hallelujah. I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 78, please. It reads, give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, shewing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he hath done. For he established a testimony in Yaakov and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded to our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare to them their children. Excuse me, it says, who should arise and declare them to their children, that they might set their hope in Elohim and not forget the works of Elohim, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim. The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the day of battle. They kept not the covenant of Elohim, and refused to walk in his law, and forgot his works and his wonders that he had shewed them. Marvelous things did he in the sight of their fathers, in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zoan. He divided the sea and caused them to pass through, and he made the waters to stand as an heap. In the daytime also he led them with a cloud, and all the night with a light of fire. He clave the rocks in the wilderness, and gave them drink as of out of great depths, as of out of the great depths. He brought streams also out of the rock, and caused waters to run down like rivers. And they sinned yet more against him by provoking the Most High in the wilderness. And they tempted Elohim in their heart by asking meat for their lust. Yea, they spake against Elohim, They said, can Elohim furnish a table in the wilderness? Behold, he smote the rock, that the waters gushed out, and the streams overflowed. Can he give us bread also? Can he provide flesh for his people? Therefore Yahweh heard this and was wroth. So a fire was kindled against Yaakov, and anger also came up against Israel, because they believed not in Elohim, and trusted not in his salvation. Though he had commanded the clouds from above, and opened the doors of heaven, and had rained down manna upon them to eat, and had given them of the corn of heaven. Man did eat angels' food. He sent them meat to the full. He caused an east wind to blow in the heaven, and by his power he brought in the south wind. He rained flesh also upon them as dust, and feathered fowls like as the sand of the sea. And he let it fall in the midst of their camp, round about their habitations. So they did eat, and were well filled, for he gave them their own desire. They were not estranged from their lust, but while their meat, one second please, but while their meat was yet in their mouths, the wrath of Elohim came upon them, and slew the fattest of them, and smote down the chosen men of Israel. For all this they sinned still, and believed not for his wondrous works. Therefore their days did he consume in vanity, and their years in trouble. When he slew them, then they sought him, and they returned and inquired early after Elohim. And they remembered that Elohim was their rock, and the high Elohim their redeemer. Nevertheless, they did flatter him with their mouth, and they lied unto him with their tongues, for their heart was not right with him, neither were they steadfast in his covenant. But he, being full of compassion, forgave their iniquity and destroyed them not. Yea, many a time turned he his anger away, and did not stir up all his wrath. For he remembered that they were but flesh, a wind that passeth away and cometh not again. How often did they provoke him in the wilderness, and grieved him in the desert? Yea, they turned back and tempted Elohim, and limited the Holy One of Israel. They remember not his hand, nor the day when he delivered them from the enemy. For he had wrought his signs in Egypt, and his wonders in the field of Zoan. And he turned their rivers into blood, and their floods that they could not drink. He sent diverse sorts of flies among them, which devoured them, and frogs, which destroyed them. He gave also their increase unto the caterpillar, and their labor unto the locust. He destroyed their vines with hail, and their sycamore trees with frost. He gave up their cattle also to the hail, and their flocks to hot thunderbolts. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, wrath, and indignation, and trouble, by sending evil angels among them. He made a way to his anger. He spared not their soul from death, but gave their life over to the pestilence, and smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham, but made his own people to go forth like sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock. And he led them on safely, so that they feared not, but the sea overwhelmed their enemies. And he brought them to the border of his sanctuary, even to this mountain, which his right hand had purchased. He cast out the heathen also before them, and divided them an inheritance by line, and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents. Yet they tempted and provoked the Most High Elohim and kept not his testimonies, but turned back and dealt unfaithfully like their fathers. They were turned aside like a deceitful bow, for they provoked him to anger with their high places and moved him to jealousy with their graven images. When Elohim heard this, he was wroth and greatly abhorred Israel, so that he forsook the tabernacles of Shiloh, the tent which he placed among men, and delivered his strength into captivity and his glory into the enemy's hand. He gave his people over also into the sword, and was wroth with his inheritance. The fire consumed their young men, and their maidens were not given to marriage. Their priests fell by the sword, and their widows made no lamentation. Then Yahweh awakened as one out of sleep, and like a mighty man that shouteth by reason of wine. And he smote his enemies in the hinder parts, and put them to a perpetual reproach. Moreover, he refused the tabernacles of Joseph, and chose not the tribe of Ephraim, but chose the tribe of Yehudah, the Mount Zion which he loved. And he built his sanctuary like high palaces, like the earth which he had established forever. He chose David also his servant, and took him from the sheepfolds. From following ewes, great young, with young he brought, let me read that over. From following the ewes, great with young, he brought him to feed Yaakov his people, and Israel his inheritance. So he fed them according to the integrity of his heart, and guided them by the skillfulness of his hand. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Great Psalms, my brother. Today's presentation will be called The Preview of the 400-Year Prophecy According to the Current Events and the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So if we have the time, we will speak about all three subjects. We will start this great presentation by reviewing the 400-year prophecy according to current events. And currently, many of our brothers and sisters of the house of Israel has been speaking on this 400-year prophecy. They have been teaching on this 400-year prophecy, and many of them have agreed with our enemy that the 400-year prophecy that is written and mentioned in Genesis, the 15th chapter, will be fulfilled no later than next year. Many of these brothers and sisters I dearly love, because we all family. No matter what we are believing today, we are still Israel. And Israel must come together with one understanding, for there is only one truth in the earth. And how can two walk together in that truth except they be agreed? So this presentation, as all of our presentations, are never done to belittle anyone, but to exalt the Holy One of Israel, and to allow the children of Israel to receive wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. According to the current events, we had many marays coming up, giving the people their understanding of Scripture, dealing with the 400-year prophecy, and I will start with those reviews first, and then we will speak on the other things that they brought forth that your brother must show that we will all receive the true wisdom of the matter. Because many of the things that our brothers brought out last week and this week, dealing with the current events and the conclusion that they came under, is absolutely wrong. It is not according to all that Yahweh have said. And if it is not done according to all that Yahweh have said, it is only because we find ourselves in error. I would like to start off this great presentation with a few words of warning and instruction, and then I will get straight into the subject matter and the things that they have reported. We will rebuke those things, and then we will speak on the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread and the things that they have reported, and we will rebuke those things also. And hopefully this rebuking will bring our brothers and sisters back to Yahweh by accepting all that Yahweh have said. Let's first start by turning our holy scriptures to Proverbs, the 4th chapter. Proverbs, the 4th chapter. In Proverbs, the 4th chapter, the Almighty warned us by the words of Solomon's wisdom, and it tells us in the 4th chapter. I would like to start reading from the 10th verse, Proverbs 4 and 10. And at this time, Israel, please get yourself a pen and a piece of paper. That way you can jot down the things that I will report, that our brothers and sisters have said and have agreed upon, and you will have the rebuttal of their agreement, or yes, a rebuttal of what all that they agreed upon. And you will have this in your own personal record, your notes, that you will always be able to reflect on. It tells us in the 10th verse of the 4th chapter of the book of Proverbs, and it reads, "Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straitened, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble. Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she, the instructions, is thy life. Enter not into the path of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men. And who and what does this path of the wicked represent? And it represents any other path other than what Yahweh have instructed. Thus, many times when we read the words of Yahweh, we find this little big word, which is all, A-L-L, throughout the Almighty instructions, because he requires all for us to be in full obedience. We must acknowledge and confirm all. So these paths that I just asked about, and this evil man or men represent anything being told or instructed to the children of Israel without Yahweh's blessing, without Yahweh saying so. Yahweh is perfect. And when you have something perfect, the best thing one can do is adhere to that which is perfect and not nor take away anything from it, because if you take one dot away from it, it will no longer be perfect, nor will it be Yahweh's instructions. So we must understand these things before we get into this presentation. That way we will be able to discern the truth from the lie. It tells us in the 15th verse, avoid it, avoid the path, and avoid the evil men. It says, avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it, and pass away. And this is allowing us to know that you're never too old to stop being a fool. You are never too old to stop being easily misled. But the Almighty allowed us to know to avoid it. Pass not by it, turn from it, and pass away. For they, the evil men, those that are walking in their own path, for they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. And based on current events today, one of the elders or mores of the house of Israel posted a challenge. And on that challenge, it had 7 particular items that represented holiness. It had the dietary law, it had the laws, it had the commandments, and it also had tithes. So in this holy challenge, they are challenging the residue or the remnant of Israel to stay holy and pay their tithes. And I made a comment because today, tying outside of the land that was supposed to be tied is robbery. The Almighty speak about tying the increase of the promised land. And our brothers that have walked in their own path have taught Israel that no, it is the income. And you can pay that income wherever you are at. And that is adding to that which is perfect. And again, Israel, when you add to that which is perfect, you have only corrupted the instructions of our Creator. Thus, it tells us, and let me also state this, in response to what I wrote on the post, the brother came back and said, Shabbat Shalom, I know that you don't honor the laws of the Most High, but today is the Sabbath and he don't debate on Facebook. And please note, he is the one that put up the challenge. I responded to a public post, and my response is automatically a debate to him. And it shouldn't be. So I stated and let him know that this was not up, this fact. I said this fact is not up for debate. And I also let them know that your brother do not debate on Facebook. And I also let him know that every day should be open for the truth and righteousness. So I just wanted to bring that up because it was current. But I also want y'all to see how your brothers and sisters think about your teacher. They think that we do not honor the laws, commandments, the statutes, the judgments, and the testimonies of our Creator because we don't do what they do. And that is a terrible description that they have described us under, because I truly know, not just believe and understand, but I truly know that we are honoring the laws, statutes, judgments, ordinances, and commandments and testimonies of Yahweh. And how do I know these things? Because we are some of the fewest, there are not many that I have found, that is witnessing every word, if we can do them or not. And that is one of their biggest faults, because they have refused to confirm every word. And we all know, according to Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter, the 27th verse, it tells one, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of the law and do them. So I think that they are in error to accuse us for not honoring the law. And I believe and know and understand that we are honoring Yahweh law more than our brothers and sisters that are teaching that they are keeping Yahweh's covenant of the law while in their enemy's land and under disobedience, because Yahweh have never commanded them to do so. So to wait, to stand still, is way better than being forward against the words of Yahweh. It continued to tell us in Proverbs, the 4th chapter, and the 17th verse, for they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. And how do they get this bread and this wine? From your tithes that Yahweh commanded was only to be collected in the land of promise. Yahweh commanded that the tithes was only supposed to come from the land of promise. One of the most faithfulest men in Yahweh house had already allowed us to know, if you offer to Yahweh in the land of your enemies, you will only be offering the abominations of that land. And Yahweh never commanded Israel to offer the abomination of any land to him. And when we offered anything to Yahweh, we had to be ceremonially clean at all times, according to all the instructions. So again, it tells us in the 17th verse, for they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. But the path of the just is as the shining light that shines more and more into the perfect day. And we have seen this shining light over and over again in our teachings. And it have allowed us to throw down, to pull up, and to destroy many of these doctrines that our brothers and sisters have brought forth according to their own understanding. and the shining of that light more and more have given us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding above many of our brothers and sisters. And it's going to be hard when I think about this for us to get together with our brothers and sisters because of this shining light and because of pride. Many of us cannot release pride, so pride will be the standing force, and as the Almighty said, by pride many shall fall. And this pride must be removed that we can be in agreement and walk together. Because as your brother teach, there is only one truth, just like there is only one creator. And whatever Yahweh have said, it is the truth. And with you being Yahweh's witness, you are only supposed to confirm and witness that truth, as we are doing this day. It also tells us, let me finish reading that 18th verse, but the path of the just is as the shining light that shine more and more into the perfect day. The way of the wicked is as darkness, and many of our brothers have stumbled in the dark teachings that they have taught the children of Israel, and they have caused many others to stumble. They know not in what they stumble. My son, attend unto my words. Incline thy ear into my sayings, not your brothers, not your sisters, but into the sayings, into the testimonies of Yahweh. Let them not depart from thy eyes, and many of our brothers and sisters are angry with us because we refuse to let go any of the words of Yahweh. They are sick and tired of us confirming all of the words. And that is a hypocrite, because you saying, let Yahweh be magnified. Well, if your brother and sister come to you with nothing but the word of Yahweh, then let it be magnified. Don't be a hypocrite. Don't tell your brother one day, let Yahweh's word be magnified. Let Yahweh be magnified. Then your brother or sister take you to the word of Yah, and you speak to your brother or your sister as if he's the dumbest person in the world, when he is only quoting, thus said Yahweh. And you keep saying, let Yahweh's word be magnified. Well, let it be. And the only way you're going to let Yahweh's word be magnified is by confirming it as truth. Let them not depart from thy eyes. Keep them in the midst of thy heart. For they are life. So don't never let your brother or your sister take your life away. Don't never let your brother and sister hush you up, because you are dealing with your life. For they are life into those that find them. Everyone ain't seeing this. Everyone can't understand this. I don't care if you're a Moray. I don't care if you've been in it for 20 years. Everyone do not understand the words of Yahweh. And if you don't believe me, all we have to do is turn to Isaiah, the 29th chapter, and it will tell you these same great words. You can hand the book to him that call himself a Moray. that have been in college, that have been fondling the words for years. But that man in truth will tell you that this book is sealed. It also tells us in Isaiah the 29th chapter that you can hand this book to one that is not learned. And he will tell you that he is not learned. So it allows us to know that these things are found. And everyone will not find them, as it reads in Amos, the 8th chapter, the 11th to the 13th verse, where it denotes our children wandering to and fro throughout the earth, looking, and that's what you do when you're looking for something and then you find it, looking for the true words of Yahweh. But the scriptures tell us that they should not find them. So if we're going to let Yahweh's word be magnified, well, let's let it be magnified by acknowledging everyone does not understand these scriptures. And we have been taught by many men, and many men have erred. Some of them still living, and some of them have passed away. But the fact still remains. Their teachings have not faded away. So we are recipients of error by establishing man words over the words of Yahweh. And we can show many examples of those things being done. And the quickest and the first one that come to my mind is dealing with the tithes. Since I had that conversation with the Murray this morning, the scripture tells us that the tithes should be paid every year and every 3 years. Well, today we have geniuses among us that is teaching Israel to pay their tithes every week. And mind you, those geniuses are skipping over the promised land. And they are telling you that you can pay or give that which you were supposed to give from the promised land from any land wherever you find yourself this day. And that shows how easy it is for one to add or take away from thus said Yahweh. And you are in error. It continues to read in the 22nd verse, for they are life into those that find them. And many of us today have found them, and it has given us life. It has given us wisdom. It has given us understanding. It has given us knowledge to where we have forsaken the path of life that we found ourselves on before the shining light came our way. And health to all their flesh. Now we don't find ourselves as ill or as sick as we was in these congregations when we was being oppressed by our own brothers and sisters. This truth has set us free. It has given us health even to this day. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Put away from thee a forward mouth, one that's going to do something other than what Yahweh said, one that can come up with concussions or come up with clues of how they can do something today other than what is written. It says, put away from thee a forward mouth and perverse lips. Put far from thee. Let thy eyes look right on. Don't turn to the left and hear this moray, or turn to the right and hear this teacher. It says, let thy eyes look right on. And if your teachers is walking with Yahweh, then they must truly be in agreement. And the only way you can be in agreement with Yahweh is by acknowledging and confirming all that he has said. There is no two ways about it. Thus, it tells us in the 26th verse of the 4th chapter of Proverbs, ponder, Israel, the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. And the only way your ways can be established dealing with Yahweh's word is that you are speaking his word. For it told us in Isaiah, the 45th chapter, the very last verse, that Israel will be justified in Yahweh. You will never be justified in your moray. You will never be justified in the teachings of your brothers and sisters. You will only be justified in Yahweh. And how are we justified in Yahweh? By acknowledging all that Yahweh has said. Then you will not be reproved by Yahweh, nor will you be found a liar. Turn not to the right hand, as I have already warned, nor to the left. Remove thy foot from evil. And today we are going to remove our foot from evil by not walking in the paths of our brothers and sisters, but instead standing firm in the path of Yahweh as it is written. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, because I'm trying to warn you, I'm trying to install some fear in you, that you will fear Yahweh and hear and depart from evil. It tells us in the book of Lamentation, I would like for the listening audience to turn to the 3rd chapter. For in the book of Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, it tells us in the 37th verse, Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, the 37th verse, and it is a rhetorical question that is being asked. But in this rhetorical question, it is establishing a truth, the same truth that Proverbs, the 4th chapter, just established. And it tells us in the 37th verse of the 3rd chapter of Lamentation, who is he? I don't care how great you think your teacher was. I don't care how great you think your brother or sister is. The scripture asks a rhetorical question, and it reads, who is he that says? You can't tell me that the Almighty told us to pay our tithes every week and it's not written. You can't tell us that the Almighty say pay your tithes every week in a land that is not yours. Who is he that says, and it come to pass? There is only one, and we attribute to him the attribute of the Most High, and his name is Yahweh alone. He is the only one that says, and it come to pass. So this question is against those that have spoken with their lips things that Yahweh have never said to the children of Israel. And it is allowing them to know this day that it will not come to pass. For it reads, who is he that says, and it come to pass, when Yahweh command it not? If it's not commanded, then it shall not come to pass. Even though you find yourself stuck in the congregation of the dead for many years, doing that which your brother have said, but it will not come to pass if you truly believe and thus said Yahweh. Also, let us turn our scriptures quickly to the book of Leviticus, the 10th chapter. I would like to show one or two testimonies of these great sayings to allow us to know, because many of us find ourselves in this great delusion, and they say to themselves and to their brothers that they are keeping the laws of Yahweh, the covenant of the law, which the scriptures in our current situation allow us to know that it is broken, and we need that covenant of the law given back into us, as it states it will be according to Jeremiah, the 31st chapter, the 31st to the 34th verse. It tells us in the book of in the book of Leviticus, the 10th chapter. I would like to use this great testimony to show without a shadow of a doubt who can say, and it come to pass when Yahweh command it not. And this saying also have a lot to do with your doings. Thus, we have this great testimony in Leviticus, the 10th chapter, dealing with two of Aaron's sons. And Aaron's sons did something, and they said something in their doings that Yahweh have not said. Thus, the intention of their hearts came not to pass. Instead, they died. And you can also find this great testimony in the book of Jeremiah in the 28th and the 29th chapter, where our brothers that call themselves prophets said something that Yahweh did not say. And the things they said came not to pass. But instead, both of those men died, as we are about to read in Leviticus, the 10th chapter. And I'm trying to save your life. I'm not trying to get you killed. I'm not trying to make Yahweh send the rod of man and the stripes of the Son of Men upon us today, because we are being forward, because we are being disobedient to all that Yahweh has said. So I will continue to witness that which is written, if you hear or if you forbear. Thus it tells us in the very first verse of the 10th chapter of Leviticus, and it reads, And Nadab and Abihu, the son of Aaron, took either of them his censer and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before Yahweh, which he, please take note, and remember what you just read in the book of Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, the 37th verse. It says, which he, Yahweh, commanded them not. And there went out fire from Yahweh, and devoured them, killed them, and they died before Yahweh. Then Moses said unto Aaron, This is it that Yahweh speak, saying, I will be sanctified in them. And he will. And when you want to sanctify Yahweh today, tell the truth. Do that which is lawful and right. Because we're reading about in a testimony of the sons of the priests saying something that Yahweh have not said. And shall it come to pass? Absolutely not. It didn't come to pass according to Proverbs 4. It will not come to pass according to Lamentation 3. And as we are reading in Leviticus, the 10th chapter, nor did it come to pass for the two sons of Aaron, who were priests. And the priests was the ones picked to teach Israel, to make distinction between the holy and the profane. If they can't get it off by speaking their own words and doing their own things, then how you think the common man who find themselves scattered on the four corners of the earth going to say something and it come to pass when Yahweh command it not? Thus it tells us in the 3rd verse, then Moses said unto Aaron, This is it that Yahweh speak, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me. So if you saying you're a witness of Yahweh, then you must sanctify his words by acknowledging the truth, all of them. And before all the people. So if you coming before the people, you must sanctify Yahweh. And you can't sanctify Yahweh by acknowledging half of what he did and half of what he said. Moses told us that in the wilderness, when he was going to kill the children of Israel and make a new nation out of Moses. Moses said, well, the people that heard your fame will say, Yahweh did this because he was not able able to deliver the children of Israel. So Yahweh did not destroy us in the wilderness, nor make another house of us out of Moses, but instead his name stayed sanctified because he delivered them out of the wilderness into the land of promise. So again, the third verse says, and that would be the last verse I'll read. Then Moses said unto Aaron, this is it that Yahweh speak, saying, I will be sanctified in them. Who? That come like me, and before all the people. So no one get to have an excuse. No one gets a pass. Everybody is under this guideline that call themselves the children of Israel. I don't care how long you've been studying. I will, said Yahweh, be glorified. And Aaron held his peace. And I hope by the end of this presentation, our brothers and sisters that hear this great message will hold their peace as well and confirm all that we have brought out this day is the truth. It also tells us, I was going to use and show another place where we have erred, and I will, because it go hand in hand with our teachings today. Let us turn our scriptures quickly to 1 Kings, the 12th chapter. Because we just seen two of the priests, the sons of the main priest, which was Aaron, do their own thing and died instantly, because you can't do your own thing and sanctify Yahweh in the same time. And we got these same brothers saying, sanctify Yahweh in yourself. How in the heck can you sanctify yourself today, being in a land that is not yours, being defiled and polluted, unclean? When we read in the book of Leviticus, and the scripture talk about Israel sanctifying themselves, it was because we had all that it took to sanctify the people. And most of all, we had the instructions to do so at that time. Well, today, our dirty brothers are telling us that all we got to do is sanctify ourselves. How? And when I ask how, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking for the law and the testimony. And according to your holy scriptures, we were never clean in a polluted land. And when we was in a clean land, we polluted ourselves to where the land kicked us out. So I ask today, according to the law and the testimonies, how can Israel sanctify themselves this day? Are you being one that have said something and it come not to pass because Yahweh command it not? Absolutely. And we will prove it this day. Well, in 1 Kings, the 12th chapter, it tells us another testimony where our fathers said thing, and Yahweh command it not, nor did it actually come to pass without many of us dying. And that lets us know, the death lets us know that Yahweh is not in agreement with us. The scripture told us in Deuteronomy 30th chapter to choose life and good, or life and blessings, or death and cursings. And every time, based on these testimonies, our fathers chose death. That's exactly what they received. Thus, it tells us in 1 Kings, the 12th chapter, I would like to start reading at the 25th verse. And it reads, Then Jehoram built Shechem and Mount Ephraim, and dwelt therein, and went out from thence, and built Peniel. And Jeroboam said in his heart, and we know according to Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, the 9th verse, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who should know it? Thus it tells us, and Jeroboam said in his heart, Now shall the kingdom return to the house of David. If this people go up to do sacrifice in the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem, as it is commanded, then shall the heart of this people turn again into their master, even into Rehoboam, king of Yehudah. And they should kill me, and go again to Rehoboam, king of Yehudah. And why would they kill him? Because he had taught deceit. Because he had all the people in error by following him. Thus it reads, Whereupon the king took counsel, as many of our brothers have taken counsel last week, among themselves. They ain't really dealing with a lot of brothers outside of their circle or they block, but they still took counsel among themselves, and they came up in their counsel saying that this is the end of the 400-year prophecy that is mentioned in Genesis, the 15th chapter. And we also got them saying that we are to get rid of leaven out of our houses today, wherever we at. These are signs of their own counsel. These are not the words of our Creator. Thus it continued to tell us in the 28th verse, Whereupon the king took counsel, and made 2 calves of gold, and said unto them, It is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. And that's what our brothers have told us, dealing with the tithes and with the feast days. It's too much. We can do this wherever we dwell. I was told by the great teacher that everybody keep talking about. I was told myself on Brewster Street, that Yahweh know our condition, and Yahweh know that we ain't going to say no tithes for 3 years, even though that's what's commanded. And even though it's commanded to be done in the place that he placed his name, our brothers and them have taken counsel. And they say it is too much for you to try to keep the tithe for 3 years. So we have a better counsel than the Creator. Thus we are commanding you, enforcing you, and scaring you telling you that you are robbing the Most High. Therefore, pay your tithes every week. And the majority, if not every one of these congregations, are collecting not the increase, but the income of our brothers and sisters every week. And Yahweh have not said so. Whereupon the king took counsel and made 2 calves of gold and said unto them, it is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Behold thy gods. And that's what you are saying every time you put a man words over Yahweh. You are making that man your God. I don't care if he's alive or dead. You are making his words honorable. You are magnifying his words over the words of thus said Yahweh. And the only one that will do that is a fool. It tells us, behold thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And there was only one creator that brought the children of Israel out of Egypt. And please mind you that you find yourself reading out of the book of 1 Kings, hundreds of years after the children of Israel had entered into the land of promise. I would like to ask the question, which one might answer at the end of the presentation. Why is Yahweh continuing to tell the reader that Yahweh is the one that delivered Israel out of Egypt? What is the significance of this? Dealing with our entire history. Could it possibly be based on Genesis, the 15th chapter? And if not, I ask my dear brothers and sisters today, by the end of this presentation, will someone please give us the prophecy for Israel being in a land that is not theirs and sojourning there for 430 years, being servants and afflicted, and that nation whom they served and whom afflict them being judged by Yahweh alone. The children coming out of that land that they found themselves strangers and entering into the promised land. So can someone please show us the prophecy that will back that great event up that you find throughout the Torah? Please. Because if your brother is in error today, we want to be corrected. The scripture tells us in instructions, rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. It's not going to be about a debate. It's not going to be about who been teaching the longest. It's not going to be about who taught you and who taught me. It's either you hear or you forbear. How can two walk together except they be agreed? And today, we are not walking together with many of these camps and congregations only because we are not in agreement. It tells us in the 29th verse, and he set the one in Bethel, and the other he put in Dan. And he in error, because we know, according to what we're going to read today, that Yahweh commanded Israel to go to the place that he placed his name only. And Bethel and Dan, which was not the places that he placed his name. So they trying to do something when Yahweh have not commanded so. And I'm going to prove that our brothers and sisters today are trying to do something and condemning their brothers and sisters for not doing what they're doing when Yahweh have not commanded so. And this thing became a sin. It is sin, Israel. You keep telling me that you the law keeper and you keeping the laws and you honor the Almighty law, but everything you say and do represents sin. And this thing became a sin for the people. Went to worship before one, even into Dan. It's not just the God that you set up or your brother, but it's also the place. It's also the instruction. It's also dealing with the command. You are in error in all those areas. And he made a house of high places and made priests of the lowest of the people. So what? Because we just read about the priests of the highest of the people, and they was destroyed. It says, again in the 30th verse, and this thing became sin, for the people went to worship before one, even into Dan. And he made a house of high places, which many of our brothers have done this day, thinking that these classes represent Yahweh being a little sanctuary among us. It says, and he made a house of high places and made priests of the lowest of the people, which were not of the sons of Levi. And many of these brothers that call themselves rabbis and Kohanes and priests and mores and ministers are not of the house of Levi. And Jehoram ordained a feast, as many of our brothers are doing this day, and next week, and last week, in the 8th month, on the 15th day of the month, like into the feast that is in Yehuda. And he offered upon the altar, so did he in Bethel, sacrificing into the calves that he had made. And he placed in Bethel the priests of the high places which he had made. So he offered upon the altar which he had made in Bethel the 15th day of the 8th month. And this thing that he is doing is required. It just wasn't said to be done as he had done it, which make you in error, which does not allow you to sanctify your Creator. And it takes the people away from the pure instructions of their Creator. So again, it tells us in this last verse, so he offered upon the altar which he had made in Bethel in the 15th day of the 8th month, even in the month which he had advised. Please take note, Israel, as our brothers have advised to pay tithes every Shabbat or every 7 day in their classes. And some of them tell you that you can take your tithes to any of the houses of Israel that you might find in the United States. All of this is based on their own device. And it says, which he had devised of his own heart. And as I stated in the 26th verse, According to Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, the 9th verse, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who should know it? So they let you know that your heart is in error and it will deceive thee. And ordained a feast unto the children of Israel. And he offered upon the altar and burnt incense. Well, according to these feast days, there are 7 great feast days, and all 7 requires a burnt offering. And today we find ourselves scattered on the 4 corners of the earth without our Creator, without an altar, without a temple, without a priest. Thus, we will never be able to offer Yahweh a burnt offering. But we continue to devise with our own heart that we will keep the feasts of Yahweh. Even though, according to the invitation, we all had to come with a burnt offering. And it allows us to know how disobedient we truly are against the words of Yahweh. According to the prophecy that was shown to our father Abraham, dealing with a 400-year affliction and servitude, our brothers are speed reading, or maybe they just don't understand it. But let us all turn to Genesis, the 15th chapter. I'm not going to try to spend a lot of time on this. We've been speaking about it for the last few weeks. But I do want to report what they said, and I want to rebuke every word that they said. And then we jump into the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread and rebuke those things also based on current events and what they have said thus far. Well, if we turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 15th chapter, I would like to expound on some of the verses and then bring out a particular verse that the Marae spoke on to try to prove that what was done in Egypt had nothing to do with Genesis, the 15th chapter. Before I get to that particular verse, I would just like to make emphasis and expound on Genesis 15 by allowing Israel to know that Genesis 15 is considered a 3-part prophecy, or there are 3 divisions in this prophecy. And when we start reading, we find out the first verse to the 6th verse was dealing, in this prophecy, was dealing with a promise to our father Abram of him having children. And the term they use is seed. So the first part, the first verse to the 6th verse is dealing, or the 7th verse is dealing with the Almighty promising Abram for a surety that he will have seed. That's the first part of this prophetic message dealing with Israel being afflicted and a servant for 400 years. So before Abram knew anything about the servitude or the affliction, it was made known to him, rest assured, that thy seed shall come from thy own bowels. And at this time he had no children. And he believed that Yahweh would truly multiply his seed. That is the first part of the prophecy. And when we go into the Holy Scriptures to establish our proofs and to prove that Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent, all that he said that would befall our fathers did befall them or befell them. It also lets us know that right after Yahweh promised these things, and we can find a fulfillment and testimony of these things in the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, the 8th verse. Well, after these things, the next division or the next part of this 3-part prophecy represented a dream. And this dream that fell upon Abram in his sleep is considered an horror of great darkness. And this horror of great darkness represented Abram's children or Abram's seed finding themselves in a land that is not theirs. Strangers being servants and afflicted. And it told us, or it told our father in this horror of dream that he had, that they will be servants and afflicted for 400 years. And then it told us in this dream, and also that nation, and please take note, he wasn't dreaming when the Almighty told him about the multiplying of his seed. He was dreaming when the Almighty showed him through horror, through the darkness, that his seed will find themselves in a land that is not theirs, being servants and afflicted. And the people, or it tells us in the 14th verse of the 15th chapter of Genesis, and also that nation, not the world. And the word nation is not singular. It's not plural, but it is singular. Whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterwards, after the judgment, shall they come out with great substance. And this second part was based on a dream. But please take note of every word of the dream. Because our brothers say they are, because they say they understand that there is a difference between 400 years and the sojourning of Israel being 430 years. And they taken so much note of this 400 years over the 430 years that they done forgot all about the very next verse, which says, and also that nation. Look at the word nation, just like you establishing and expounding on the 400 years, expound and establish this nation. Because the Almighty did not say the world. And these things that he's telling our father Abram in the 14th verse does not represent one nation out of the world when the people find themselves scattered on all the nations. So you can't try to denote America here because America is only one nation, while the Israelites find themselves scattered on all the nations. And that don't even have nothing to do with what is said to Abram, because Abram is told a nation, just like he is told 400 years. And if you're going to put all your emphasis on the 400 years, please put some emphasis on this nation, or as it reads, that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge. And afterwards, after the judgment, after the servitude, after the affliction, they shall come out with great substance. Well, according to Exodus, the 12th chapter, or should I have said, according to Exodus, the 1st chapter, up to the 14th chapter, we find reference of Abram's seed being a stranger in a land that is not theirs. And they served them, and they was afflicted by them. And that nation, not the world, but that particular nation who they found themselves serving and being afflicted by, was judged by Yahweh plagues. And afterwards, they came out with great substance. And our brothers are teaching that the substance that they came out with really wasn't nothing, because they talking about all the great substance that they're going to come out with next year. Brothers and sisters, I teach and have taught for years, time and place, when you dealing with this Holy Scripture. Because there is a time and there is a place for everything under the sun. And the Almighty told Abram, the Almighty gave Abram a preview of what will befall his descendants. And these things befell his descendants, as all one have to do is read the book of Exodus or read the Torah, for the Torah witnesses these things. It also tells us in the 16th verse, which the Marays brought out currently in their resurrection of the Sacred Law Convention, and the Marais used it, the 16th verse, to establish that this was not, or this prophecy was not applied to our fathers that came out of Egypt. For it tells us in the 16th verse, but in the 4th generation, and please take note of the terminology, the 4th generation. For in these times, a generation equaled up to at least 100 years. And it says, but in the 4th generation, they shall come highter again. So even though the Almighty is letting Abram know of this horror that would befall his children, he let Abram know that his children will be saved out of this horror will come out of that horror with the spoils of war. And in the fourth generation, they shall come hither again, which is none other than the land of Canaan. And the Almighty did not leave us blind to the facts that there was a people called the Amorites that was committing iniquities. And at the time that Israel found themselves in a land that is not theirs, being strangers and afflicted and servants, there was some people called the Amorites that was committing iniquity, and their iniquity was not yet full. And this full represent complete. So the iniquities of the Amorites was not complete. And the Almighty was allowing them to fill their cup before he rendered his judgment upon the Amorites. And our dear Morays are teaching Israel that these things have not happened yet. And they are teaching these things have not happened yet based on Israel's disobedience, not based on Yahweh's glory, not based on Yahweh's righteousness, but based on Israel doing. And Israel have been disobedient from the day Yahweh knew them. And the day Yahweh knew them, according to your scripture, was the day that Yahweh delivered them out of the land of Egypt. We have many testimonies where our fathers died in the wilderness based on disobedience. We had a whole generation dying in the wilderness just because they refused to go spy out the city. It allows us to know that many of our fathers have always been in disobedience with the Creator based on their lack of faith and belief. But each and every time, the Almighty have used Moses or one to bring up their stiff-neckedness and allow them to know what they will receive for disobeying. And while our dear brother Yamin just read 50-something verses dealing with that, and it told us, nevertheless, Yahweh did not destroy us utterly because of his mercy's sake, because of his holy name's sake. So it ain't nothing new for one to learn that Israel was disobedient in the wilderness. But based on this disobedience, our dear Moray is telling us that the fulfillment of Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 16th verse, have not happened yet, because Israel did not destroy all of the Amorites. Before I continue on to knock this straight out the ballpark, let me ask this question, because it was stated in the last part of our brother's statement that I am reporting. He gave Zechariah the 14th chapter, where it talked about the Canaanites no longer being in the land. He said it would be just like Yahweh intended to be the second time. The question that I have for Israel today and that I need you to consider is this. Under what prophecy was they going in the land of Canaan to destroy the Amorites the first time? You already admitted. Well, no, brothers and sisters, this can't be it because they did not do what Yahweh told them. So the Amorites' iniquities could not been full yet. And these are exact words. All you got to do is go on YouTube or look up under the House of Israel, Cincinnati, the 26th resurrection of the conference law, and see what they have said. I am only reporting what they have said. I am not adding to what they said, nor am I going to take away from what they said. I have no reason to lie on my brother. So he said, when he brought up Zechariah 14, there will be no more Canaanite in the land of Israel as Yahweh willed it the first time. Well, he said, well, it won't be the second time. My question to the listening audience and to my brothers and sisters that is teaching this mess, what prophecy can you use for them trying it the first time? You talking about they being disobedient. Based on what prophecy? They had to be disobedient based on a prophecy, and we're reading it. What other prophecy can you show us for Israel even attempting to execute the judgment upon the Amorites? And matter of fact, it's putting your foot in your mouth because you are acknowledging, well, they did try it. They did do some of it. They just didn't do it all. Based on what prophecy? Because if Exodus had nothing to do with Genesis, then they wouldn't go in the land executing no judgment on the Amorites. You wouldn't have all these stories about the wars of Israel upon the Amorites and on the Canaanites, on the Jebusites, on the Perizzites, on the Hivites. You wouldn't have these testimonies of that without a future prophecy or a prophecy that was told before they actually entered that land and executed that judgment. Whatever they did that you are teaching that they did not complete had to be based on a prophecy. And please note, I said that Genesis, the 15th chapter, is a three-part prophecy. The first part was the seed, a promise of Abraham's seed being multiplied as the stars of heaven. And we know, according to Exodus, the first chapter, that the Israelites went into Egypt with 70 people. And that is a great multiplication of itself. For Abraham had no children, but they walked down into Egypt, and it was 70 of them. And then the first chapter of Exodus tells us that they multiplied and grew more than the people of the Egyptians. Is that not Yahweh fulfilling the promise that was made to Abram according to the fifth, according to the first to the 8th verse? And then we had the dream, the horror of what Israel would experience in a land that was not theirs, where they found themselves strangers, and it was none other than the land of Egypt. Well, let me skip over that a little bit and go right to the third part of the prophetic. Sorry about that. The third part of the prophetic message of Genesis, the 15th chapter, relates to the covenant that was made. And that covenant represented the Holy Land. Now, this whole prophecy is one prophecy given to our father Abram. It is a review of that which his seed would endure. Well, right after the affliction and the servitude, it tells us in the 18th verse of Genesis, the 15th chapter. In the same day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, into thy seed, your children, the chosen seed, because Abraham was a father of many nations. But there was one nation chose out of all the nations that his covenant will be with. Thus it tells us in the 18th verse, in the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, into thy seed have I given this land. From the river of Egypt, from where we left, into the river Euphrates. The Kenites, the Kenzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Gershites, and the Jebusites. Well, what is the significance of what your brother just read? The significance is, I don't care if you say Israel was in Egypt for 400 years or 430 years. The fact remains is they received the land of promise. And the promise is only based on Genesis, the 15th chapter. Even though Yahweh had already established to our fathers in Genesis, the 12th chapter. And then Genesis, the 15th chapter. Then Genesis, the 17th chapter. Then Genesis, the 28th chapter. And Genesis, the 26th chapter, that they will be the recipients of this great land. But not before the servitude and the affliction. As I stated, this is a three-part prophecy, and they all came in their order. It wasn't that they received the land first, and then they got some children, then they was afflicted. It wasn't that they got afflicted, then they received the land, then had some children. It wasn't that they got some children, received the land, then afflicted. It was he received children, multiple children. Those children was afflicted, a servant. Those children came out of that nation, that particular land, that country, that they were servants and afflicted with great rewards. Then, and only then, did Israel receive the land of promise. So how could it be conceivable that the iniquity of the Amorites were not filled and we got the land? Because the Almighty said you ain't going to receive it before the fourth generation because of who was occupying that land. And the Amorites was one of the 7 nations occupying that land. And we went and took that land by executing judgment as Yahweh promised would be executed on the Amorites once their iniquity was full. Well, our brothers and sisters, again, are leaning on their own understanding because 500 years later, the iniquity of the Amorites were judged. I don't care if our fathers hearkened to all that Yahweh said or not. The intent of Yahweh's heart was done. Thus, he sicked the children of Israel upon the Amorites. Before I show you how he sicked the children of Israel upon the Amorites, I must bring forth one of the scriptures that our dear brother Isaiah Israel from Cincinnati brought forth to establish Israel did not go into the land from Egypt to execute the judgment upon the Amorites. And as I stated already, if not, what in the heck was they doing? And under what prophecy was they doing it under? Even though they did not obey. What prophecy did they not obey based on Genesis, the 15th chapter? Because even though the children of Israel didn't obey, Yahweh did all that he said. Even though the children of Israel didn't obey, the Amorites was in that land acting a fool, full of witness, full of wickedness. So everything that we read have transpired except Israel not doing all that Yahweh said. And I already explained and have acknowledged that wasn't nothing new. That was a shame put upon the Israelites for not trusting and believing in their Creator. But that wasn't the first time, nor was it the last for the children of Israel not to obey their Creator. But that does not stop Yahweh for doing what he has said. It might limit, as my brother read in the Psalms 78, but it did not stop. Yahweh's will was done. Let us turn to the book of Judges, the 2nd chapter, because that's where my brother took the listening audience. Judges, the 2nd chapter. And he said, based on Judges, the 2nd chapter, this could not been the Amorites' iniquity being full. He said, how could it been filled when we still got Amorites among us? How could it still be filled or full when David married one of them? He was bringing up things like that. And those things do not determine the words of Yahweh. It just denotes that his children did not hearken. That's all it denotes. It don't denote that Yahweh didn't mean what he said. It don't denote that Yahweh did not execute judgment upon the Amorites. If not, why do we have all these testimonies of war against them? Before we forsook and did not believe all that Yahweh said. And we must ask ourselves these intelligent questions. That way we stay on the path of Yahweh. Well, in the book of Judges, it tells us how all the land was not conquered. Some land was still not conquered. You find that in the 1st chapter. And in the 2nd chapter, it tells us, and I will read what my brother and sister them read. That way I can see if y'all receive the same understanding that they are teaching, or do you see Yahweh actually judging the Amorites based on their iniquity being full? See, when your iniquity is full, it's full. The cup runs over. Just because you call the police or the judge and they don't do what they do, that don't mean they still ain't committed the crime. The crime is done. We have many testimonies telling us how the Canaanites lived in the land of Canaan. But the fact of the matter is, all that Yahweh said came to pass. Our fathers said all that Yahweh said was fulfilled. And he witnessed and acknowledge those things once we enter the promised land, not before, because it wouldn't have been complete if we were still in the wilderness saying Yahweh did all that he said. That wouldn't have been truth, because we ain't entered the land yet, nor have we executed the judgment upon the Amorites. But once we did, as a people, enter the land of Canaan, and begin to execute the judgments upon the Amorites, our leader told us not one word failed of all the words that Yahweh has said. And it was based on the promise that was made with Abraham. And you will find that throughout your Holy Scripture. Well, our brother read in the 2nd chapter of Judges. I'll start at the very first verse, because he said, let's see if the angel gonna witness the truth, if the Amorite iniquities have been full or not. And the Almighty said they will be in the 4th generation. I don't care if Israel obeyed or not. The iniquity of the Amorite gonna be full, as Yahweh has said. Thus it tells us in the very first verse. And an angel, or another terminology that you will find in your Hebrew, and messenger of Yahweh came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I made you to go up out of Egypt. Please take note of who he's talking to. And please take note of who the angel is talking to and what the angel is explaining to the people. It's not talking about a people out of America that's supposed to execute the judgment on the Amorites. Eventually, this angel knew that the people that came out of Egypt was to execute that judgment. Let's read it again. It says in the first verse, and an angel of Yahweh came up from Gilgal to Bashan and said, I made you, the children of Israel, that found themselves sojourning in Egypt for 430 years. It said, I made you to go up out of Egypt and have brought you into this land, the land of promise, which I swear unto your fathers. Genesis, the 15th chapter, Israel. And I said, I will not break my covenant with you. And he have not. And the covenant that he is talking about is not the covenant of the law, but the covenant of the land that Yahweh have promised Abraham unconditionally. Thus, Yahweh said, I will not break my covenant with you, because that covenant was given unconditionally. The second verse reads, and ye shall make no league with the inhabitants of this land. And the brother kept saying, and we did. Ye shall throw down their altars. And we did. We might didn't throw them all down, but we did. It was started. We just became disobedient. But if it was started, if your brother teach that we did, what was it based under? Under what prophecy in your scriptures Can you show whatever Israel was obedient in, what was it under? What prophecy was it relating to? And it is relating to none other than Genesis, the 15th chapter. It says, again in the second verse, and ye shall make no league with the inhabitants of this land. Ye shall throw down their altars, but ye have not obeyed my voice. So eventually at this time in history, after Joshua had died, we have forsaken the voice of Yahweh. Why have ye done this? Wherefore I also said, please take note, Israel, I will not drive them out from before you. Who? The Amorites, the Canaanites, the Hittites. It says, but they shall be as thorns in your side for disobedience. The facts still remain. You were just disobedient against the facts, thus they have become thorns in your sides, and their gods shall be a snare unto you. And they were. They were a snare to our great King Solomon, and they was a snare to many of our people, because Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that he said shall come to pass. And it did. Thus we were snared by them by not believing all that Yahweh said and killing everything that breathes. The fourth verse. And it came to pass when the angel of Yahweh speak these words and to all the children of Israel, and I don't know why he's speaking these words to them if they were never supposed to execute judgment on the Amorites, if it's based on us being scattered on the four corners of the earth, if it's based on us getting off ships from the Atlantic slave trade, I don't even know why he would even be talking to them about this. But we that have eyes and can see should truly be able to see that Yahweh is speaking to our fathers about these things because they were commanded to execute these things based on Genesis the 15th chapter, based upon Yahweh's will. And it came to pass when the angel of Yahweh speak these words into all the children of Israel, that the people lift up their voice and wept. Why? Because they realize that they are in disobedience. They realize that they have erred against the word of Yah, that they should have went in and destroyed everything that breathed. Thus, they lift up their voice and wept. And they called the name of that place Bershan, and they sacrificed there unto Yahweh. And when Joshua had let the people go, the children of Israel went every man into his inheritance, even though it tells us in the book of Joshua that they followed Joshua all the days of Joshua's life, and those that outlived Joshua. In the second chapter of Judges, giving a preview of all that transpired, it tells us that Joshua is still alive, and when Joshua had let the people go, the children of Israel went every man into his inheritance to possess the land. So it lets us know, according to time and place, we are there at the time appointed. And the people served Yahweh all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders that outlived Joshua, who had seen all the great works of Yahweh and that did for Israel and the works of Yahweh that he did for Israel. And Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of Yahweh, died being 110 years old. And they buried him in the borders of his inheritance in Timnath, Har, in the mount of Ephraim, on the north side of the hill Gosh. And also all that generation were gathered into their fathers, just like you read about in Genesis 1, where Joshua and his brothers was dead and gathered into their fathers. That whole generation was dead. Well, here go another whole generation dead. And there rose another generation after them, which knew not Yahweh, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel. And many of us have forgotten the works. That's why we don't know that Israel was used to execute the judgment upon the Amorites. Even if they obeyed or not, they were still used. And they was used only based on Genesis, the 15th chapter. For Yahweh told Abram to know of a surety that thy seed will come back highter in the fourth generation. They had to be there in the fourth generation. And they came back highter not just to inherit the land, but to execute the iniquities of the Amorites as Yahweh has commanded. It also tells us if you continue to read, it just let us know how we was stubborn and how we forsook Yahweh, which brought them out of the land of Egypt and followed other gods, of the gods of the people that were round about them, and bowed themselves unto them and provoked Yahweh to anger. So it allows us to know that the people, that the generation that was raised up after the generation of Joshua and them, forsook Yahweh because they did not know of Yahweh. They did not remember and know the acts that was revealed to our father Abram, and how Yahweh made all of those things come to pass by delivering his seed out of Egypt. And we entered into this great land, and our fathers began to forsake Yahweh and not believe Yahweh. And how did they do that? By not executing all that Yahweh has said that they should execute upon the Amorites. This lets us know that Israel that came out of Egypt was the only people that was commanded to execute this judgment upon the Amorites in the fourth generation. They were the only people that found themselves coming in the land of Canaan in the fourth generation, after they had found themselves in servitude and affliction. This does not denote nowhere that the iniquity of the Amorites were not full. It just denotes that we were supposed to destroy them, and our fathers did not believe in all the words of Yah. Thus, they did not destroy all the Amorites. It does not denote that the Amorite cup or iniquity was not full. It does not denote that Yahweh is not rendering judgment upon the Amorites. It does denote that some of our fathers did not believe in all the words and the works of Yahweh. And that is all it's denoting. And we had to pay for it. And one of the ways we paid for it, again, according to the second chapter of Judges, it reads one more time. in the third verse. Or let's read the second and third verse together. And ye shall make no league with the inhabitants of this land. Ye shall throw down their altars, but ye have not obeyed my voice. It's telling you what they were supposed to do. They didn't obey it. That don't mean Yahweh didn't do what he said. That just means the children didn't obey, and I can show that over and over again. That's why the Almighty said, don't put it in your mind that you get in this land for your righteousness or the uprightness of your heart, because you have been obedient or disobedient throughout the wilderness. It's not the first time. We're not reading the first time Israel was disobedient, nor are we reading the last time. It says, but ye have not obeyed my voice. Why have you done this? Wherefore I also said, I will not drive them out from before you. This is your punishment. But they shall be as thorns in your sides, and their gods shall be a snare into you. So this is the punishment, because you did not execute all that Yahweh has said. That don't mean that Yahweh have not done what he said. He have executed the judgment upon them. The iniquity of the Amorites been filled. That's why they executing it. They couldn't execute it before it was full. Or we'll be reading what Almighty said, I didn't tell you to go in there and kill them people yet. But instead he said, why haven't you completed what I told you to kill? So the iniquity of the Amorite must be full for Yahweh to sick us on them. Let us turn our scriptures dealing with this iniquity to Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. I need to read a few chapters and verses to let us see once again that Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that he said will come to pass, and it came to pass. We found ourselves back in that land in the 4th generation only because the iniquity of the Amorite was full. Because he said we will go back, or we will receive this land based on the promise that he made with Abram after the iniquity of the Amorite was full. So if we can prove without a shadow of a doubt that we received the land, that we went in the land, that we received the land by lot, then it should be more than enough proof that the iniquity of the Amorite was full. And there's another time that our brothers, calling themselves Marays and ministers of Israel, are in error. Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter, I would like to read the first 5 verses. And it plainly tells one that have eyes and can see that Yahweh's word will never return vain. Now, you might not obey it, but his word is sure. Thus, it tells us in the very first verse of the 7th chapter of Deuteronomy. When Yahweh thy Elohim shall bring thee, please take note, because you're in the wilderness. This represents the 40th year of your wandering in the wilderness. Thus it tells us according to the time and place. And it reads, when Yahweh thy Elohim shall bring thee into the land, whether thy goes to possess it. There's a time. And there is a particular land, not all the lands. Just like in Genesis it says a nation, here it says a land. It's talking about a particular land, not the world, not the 4 corners of the world, not the north of the world, but a particular land. Whether thy goes to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee. The same nations that is mentioned in the 21st verse, the 20th verse, and the 19th verse of Genesis, the 15th chapter. And the names of those nations were the Hittites and the Gershites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. 7 nations greater and mightier than that. And when Yahweh thy Elohim shall deliver, please take note who's doing the delivering, because we are executing the judgment. Yahweh going to be victorious. Thus it says, when Yahweh thy Elohim shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. That means destroy everything that breathes. And we know through the disobedience our fathers did not. So our brothers today are deceived by the acts of Israel and is teaching, well, the iniquity of the Amorites ain't full yet, even to today. And that is ridiculous. Because you're teaching that Yahweh told Abraham that the iniquity of the Amorites ain't full yet. They ain't going to be filled until 2020. That don't make sense when you reading the prophecy. And the prophecy represent Abram's seed being multiplied. We see that. The prophecy represent Abraham's seed being a land that is not theirs, being afflicted in the servant. The nation that they serve being judged, and and Israel coming out with great substance and receiving the land of promise. We see that. But in the process of seeing these great revelations, we're going to teach that the iniquity of the Amorite is not full. That is terrible teaching. Just because you're trying to establish your current situation. That is terrible. Because you are forsaking the glory of your Creator on all the things He have done thus far. Because you are acknowledging that it wasn't them. So eventually He didn't do these things. And you are in grave error. Thus it tells us in this second verse, and when Yahweh thy Elohim shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take into thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of Yahweh be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. And please take note, because they talking about Israel not doing all that Yahweh said, but the Almighty told us in Psalm 78, it was times that He didn't do all that He said. He said that He would destroy us utterly. And our brother read that the Almighty forsook that many times because He remembered that we was just dust. So the Almighty can change His mind when He want. The Almighty can show loving kindness when He want. The Almighty can show mercy when He want. The Almighty can change and make that which is crooked straight when He want. And every time He do it, He is righteous, because His acts are beyond human comprehension. The 5th verse reads, but thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars, break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their images their graven images with fire. This is the judgment. And the scripture lets us know Yahweh chose Israel for the judgment, for it says, for thy art holy people, and to Yahweh thy Elohim. Yahweh thy Elohim have chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So we was chose to do these things because we were the holy people of Yahweh, and Yahweh holiness was executing judgment on the wicked. And he used his servants to execute this judgment. But he didn't just use his servant. He also used his wonders. And I'm going to prove with these wonders that Yahweh did all that he said, and he did execute the judgment upon the Amorites, even though his children did not fulfill all that he has said. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 16th verse of the same chapter, and it reads, and thou shalt consume all the people which Yahweh thy Elohim shall deliver thee. Thy eyes shall have no pity upon them, neither shall thou serve their gods, for that will be a snare unto thee. If thou shalt say in thy heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispose them? Thou shalt not be afraid of them, but shall well remember, which we have forgotten, what Yahweh thy Elohim did unto Pharaoh and unto all Egypt. Why is this being mentioned? And why is the name of Egypt keep being brought up when it comes to us executing the judgment of Yahweh? Because he delivered us from servitude and from affliction to be his servant and to execute this great judgment. The great temptations which thy eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders and the mighty hand and the stretched out arm whereby Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee out. What is the significance of Israel being brought out of a land that they found themselves strangers in, and being afflicted, and being a servant? It says, so shall Yahweh thy Elohim do unto all the people of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, Yahweh thy Elohim will send the hornet. Please take note, because them hornets is something else. Among them, until they that are left, and hide themselves from thee be destroyed. Thou shalt not be affrighted at them, for Yahweh thy Elohim is among you, a mighty Elohim, and terrible. And Yahweh thy Elohim will put out those nations before thee by little and little. Thy mayest not, please take note, because the people saying, well, y'all, the iniquity of the Amorites was not full, because Israel didn't do all that Yahweh said. Well, according to all what Yahweh said, he didn't even want you to kill all of them at once, even though that don't give Israel room to be disobedient. It still lets you know all of them wasn't destroyed at once. Thus it tells us again in the 22nd verse, and Yahweh thy Elohim will put out those nations before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not, please take note, thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But Yahweh thy Elohim shall deliver them into thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings. We got stories of Moses destroying those mighty kings before Joshua and them start doing their execution. It says, and he shall deliver their kings into thy hands, and thou shalt destroy their name from under the heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them. That's the same as saying, until thou have executed the judgment thereof. The graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire. Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is upon them, nor take it into thee, lest thou be snared. Here go another way you can be snared based on disobedience therein. For it is an abomination to Yahweh thy Elohim. Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thy house, lest thou be a cursed thing like it. But thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. So here is another proof that Yahweh sent Israel in there to execute judgment upon the Amorites, and they did. Later on, in retrospect, there were some of the children of Israel that forgot Yahweh, that did not remember his works and his mighty acts, and they forsook Yahweh in executing the judgment upon the Amorites that they came in contact with. Thus, Yahweh made the residue of those people snares in our eyes. But his will was done. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at the 9th chapter of Deuteronomy, because we wouldn't have all these testimonies of war if we wasn't warned with the Amorites. Thus, it tells us in the 9th chapter, I like to read the first 5 verses of the 9th chapter, and it reads, Hear, O Israel, thou art to pass over Jordan this day to go in to possess the nations, based on Genesis, the 15th chapter. Greater and mightier than thyself, cities great and fenced up to heaven, a people great and tall, the children of the Anakims, whom thou knewest, and of whom thou hast heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak? Understand therefore this day that Yahweh thy Elohim is he which goes over before thee. So he the one delivering them to us. We had to be executing it. We had to be at war because he was delivering them to us. And he shall bring them down. It says again, let me start that whole verse again. Understand therefore this day that Yahweh thy Elohim is he which goes before thee as a consuming fire. He, it says, shall destroy them, and he shall bring them down before thy face. So shall thou drive them out and destroy them, Israel, quickly, as Yahweh has said unto thee. Speak not thy in thy heart, after that Yahweh thy Elohim have cast them out from before thee, saying, For my righteousness Yahweh have brought me in to possess this land, because you will be in error, as many of our brothers are teaching this day. But for the wickedness, please take note, the iniquity of the Amorite being full, sin, Israel, not for thy righteousness, or for the uprightness of thy heart, does thy go to possess their land, but for the wickedness. And please take note of the wording, because this is based on Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and the 14th, the 16th verse, because we are possessing the land, not based on our wickedness, but based on the iniquity of the Amorite being full. For it reads, not for thy righteousness, or for the uprightness of thy heart, does thy go to possess their land, but for the wickedness of these nations, Yahweh thy Elohim does drive them out from before thee. And please take note of Genesis, the 15th chapter, for it says, and that he may perform the word which Yahweh sware unto thy father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It also tells us, if we turn to the 12th chapter of Deuteronomy, while we're still in the book of Deuteronomy, we ain't got to go far to establish this truth. It's right here. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. Let's start at the 29th verse. And it tells us in the 29th verse of Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, and it reads, when a time and place, Israel, when Yahweh thy Elohim shall cut off the nations from before thee, whether thy goes to possess them. Now, who was we going to possess? The Amorites, the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Perizzites. It says, and thy succeed them, and dwellest in their land, your dwellings, Israel. Take heed to thyself, that thou be not snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee. Now hold on. How can one follow somebody that is destroyed? So eventually, the whole nation, everybody, was not going to be destroyed, even though Yahweh told us to go in and destroy everything that breathes. For it tells us in this chapter, in these verses, it says again in the 30th verse, take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them. And the only way you're going to be snared if you spare them, after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, so this is another way you can be snared by following them. How did these nations serve their gods? That's why I teach to inquire not. Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto Yahweh thy Elohim, for every abomination to Yahweh which he hate have they done unto their gods. So there's no reason to inquire how the people serve their gods, because Yahweh have already let us know that everything they have done to their gods represent an abomination. So why would we look up and find out exactly what abominations were they doing? Instead, Yahweh told Israel to inquire not. And we got brothers in the New Testament and in all these other books inquiring every day. And they are being snared this day. It says, even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire to their gods. What things soever I command you, Israel, observe to do it. Thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 20th chapter of Deuteronomy, for in the 20th chapter of Deuteronomy, it tells us, this is instructions of how to wage war, how Israel was instructed to wage war, for we had many wars in the wilderness and in the land of Canaan to execute the vengeance of our Creator upon the iniquities of the Amorites. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 20th chapter, I like to read two verses, the 16th to the 18th verse. And it reads, in the 16th verse, but of the cities of these people, which Yahweh thy Elohim does give thee for an inheritance, thou shalt save nothing, or it says, thou shalt save alive nothing that breathes. So I ain't I just ain't got there yet. Here it is. Again, the 16th verse says, but of the cities of these people, which Yahweh thy Elohim does give thee for an inheritance, thou shalt save alive nothing that breathes. And who is these people? And who occupy these cities? It says, but thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, as Yahweh thy Elohim have commanded thee. And you will find that based on Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 16th to the 21st verse. The 18th verse reads, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations, which they have done unto their gods. So should ye sin against Yahweh, your Elohim. And the Almighty allowed us to know that our fathers believed not in all that he said. Thus, the Almighty have used these people to be snares, and many of us have been snared by these people by making covenants with them, by acknowledging their gods, and by turning away our sons and our daughters for doing such things. So we were punished for not adhering to the full destruction of these people. It also continued to confirm that your brother have not added nor taken away anything of all that Yahweh has said. Let us turn our scriptures to the very next chapter, which is the book of Joshua. And in the book of Joshua, it tells us in the 21st verse, Joshua 21. And it reads, but before I read Joshua 21, I also would like you to write down Joshua 10 and Joshua, put down Joshua 10, chapter 10 through chapter 12. And in your spare time, please read those chapters. I can't do it today based on time restraint, and I want to get all that I got in my mind to give out. So based on time restraint, please write these down. Joshua chapter 10 through 12 and read them. And then next week, let me know if Yahweh executing his judgment upon the Amorites and the Canaanites or not. Because those are testimonies of the wars and how we was victorious and how Yahweh was with us in every battle. And I wanted to read some of it because there's some things in there that will blow your mind, but due to time restraint, I'm not going to be able to. So I ask you to read them. But until you read them, Joshua let us know in Joshua, the 21st chapter, the 43rd verse. Please turn there with me. Joshua 21 and 43. For it tells us in Joshua 21:43 that, and Yahweh gave into Israel all the land which he swore to give into their fathers. Not Moses, not Joshua, not Aaron, but who he initially swore to, according to the prophetic vision. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And they possessed it and dwelled therein. Thus, the land of Canaan is and have always been, from the day that we occupied the land, Israel's dwelling. And Yahweh gave them rest round about, according to all that he swore unto their fathers, and there stood not a man of all their enemies before them. Yahweh delivered all their enemies into their hand. And we teach, as our brothers say, the Almighty is exact. He means what he said. Where he says, there fell not aught of any good thing which Yahweh has spoken into the house of Israel. All, A-L-L, came to pass. And that is all your dear brother is witnessing. I cannot walk with you on this matter because we are not agreed, because you are not confirming all that Yahweh has said. I am. And based on what is written, it tells us all came to pass. I have a couple more scriptures I want to show, but give me a second because I want to take a quick look in this Joshua 10 and 11. I am looking for a particular verse where it talked about the Almighty sending the hornets upon our enemies. And when you read this testimony, and please take note, now we might have control of our sword and things like that, but we don't have control of the hornets. And why would Yahweh be bringing these hornets upon these people if they were not being judged for the iniquities being filled? And we know that Yahweh used hornets and flies and things like that based on his wonders when we read the judgments that Yahweh laid upon the people that we served and was afflicted under, which was none other than the Egyptians. Well, in one of these chapters, I hate that I don't have it on the top of my head, but all one really have to do is look in the concordance and look under the hornets, and you will find the testimonies where Yahweh used the hornets to destroy Israel's enemies. And the story will tell you that the hornets killed more of the enemies of Yahweh than Israel themselves. So it lets us know, even though Israel might didn't execute all that Yahweh said, Yahweh was still executing what he said by sending hornets upon these people. And they killed more of these people than the children of Israel killed with their swords. And if that is not Yahweh judgment, who is it? For none of us have the control of the hornets to use as a weapon, but the Holy One of Israel. So I'm quite sure you will find that in the 10th chapter through the 12th chapter, that is denoting the wars that befell the Canaanites, that the Almighty delivered into us. And not just the hornets, even the hailstorms. This might be a part that I'm looking at. I'm in the 10th chapter of Joshua. And in the 10th chapter of Joshua, it tells us, maybe I can find it right here. It tells us, and in dealing with the hornets, it's not here, but it's dealing with one of Yahweh's other wonders that he used to execute judgment upon these people, and it was the hailstorms. And it tells us let's start at the 7th verse. In the 7th verse of Joshua, the 10th chapter, let me just read this quickly. Let's start at the 6th verse, and it reads, And the men of Gibeon sent into Joshua to the camp to Gilgal, saying, Slack not thy hand from thy servant. Come up to us quickly, and save us, and help us. For all the kings of the Amorites that dwell in the mountains are gathered together against us. And we're in battle, we're at war. So Joshua ascended from Gilgal, he and all the people of war with him, and all the mighty men of valor. And Yahweh said unto Joshua, Fear them not, for I have delivered them into thy hand. There should not a man of them stand before thee. Joshua therefore came into them suddenly, and went up from Gilgal all night. And Yahweh, please take note, Israel, that Yahweh is doing the killing, that Yahweh mean what he said. He said that iniquity of the Amorites was not full at the time. When they are full, you going in there and you going to destroy them. Thus it says, and Yahweh discomforted them before Israel, and slew them with a great slaughter at Gibeon, and chased them along the way that goes up to Beth Eron, and smote them to Azekah and into Makkedah. And it came to pass, as they fled from before Israel, and were in the going down of Beth Horon, that Yahweh cast down great stones from heaven upon them. Why? Into Azekah, and they died. They were more, this is what I was looking for. I mistakenly said hornets. I meant hailstones. They were more which died with hailstones than they whom the children of Israel slew with their sword. Now, who is executing this judgment? Do Israel got control of the hailstorms? Absolutely not. So for the Almighty to use the hailstorms, it letting us know that he in charge. We just read where it says Yahweh discomfort them. And this discomfort represents the execution of his judgment. And then I would like to read this last verse. Then speak Joshua to Yahweh in the day when Yahweh what? Delivered up who? The Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Son, stand thy still upon Gibeon, and thy moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemy. And then it reads, Is not this written in the book of Yasser? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and haste not to go down about the whole day. And there was no day like that before or after it, that Yahweh hearkened, please take note, into the voice of a man, for Yahweh fight, or Yahweh fought for Israel. And this fight represents Israel executing the judgment upon the Amorites, the Hittites, the Jebusites, the 7 nations of Canaan, as it is commanded and as it was prophetically told to our father in Genesis, the 15th chapter. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 18th chapter, because our brothers established as if he was right. He said, I only need 3 scriptures to prove without a shadow of a doubt that this is not Israel and this is not the time of the Amorite iniquities being full. Well, I am reproving that, and thus far we have shown that these were the people and our fathers that came out of Egypt after servitude and affliction was the ones to execute the vengeance or the judgment upon the Amorites, for their iniquity is full. Thus it tells us in Leviticus the 18th chapter, if we turn there quickly, and we're not really in a hurry. I had already planned on speaking for the next 2-3 weeks about the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because our brothers hold those days as different times based on their understanding, based on their sight of the moon, based on their understanding of Abi. So we got 2 and 3 times that we keep in Passovers and Feast of Unleavened Breads. So we try to cover all of that incorrect teaching by teaching for 2 or 3 weeks on that particular subject. So we're not in a hurry. So we're going to try to get out as much as we can based on this review of the 400 years. And then if we have time, as time permitting, then we'll get into the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. If not, it'll be next week if it's Yahweh's willing. If Yahweh is willing for us to live and to speak those truths next week. It tells us in Leviticus, the 18th chapter, and I would like to read the 21st chapter, the 21st verse to the 25th verse, and it reads, I'll start at the 20th verse because these are the things that the Amorites, or some of the abominations of the Amorites, that they were committing in that great land. And it says, Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife. They was known as adulterers. To defile thyself with her. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire. To Molech, they was known idolaters. Neither shall thou profane the name of Yahweh. I am Yahweh. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. They were known homosexuals. it is an abomination. Neither shall thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. And these are the things that they were doing. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile ye not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And who was cast out before us? The Amorites, the Hittites, the Canaanites. And the land is defiled. Therefore, here it is, Israel. The land is defiled. Therefore, I do visit the iniquity thereof. But our brothers said this was not the time. They said that's going to happen next year. The iniquity of the Amorite is not full. What Almighty saying, they are lying. They are doing the same thing that Abihu and Ahab did, or Abihu, Aaron's sons. They are doing the same thing that Jehoram is doing. They are adding. They are doing the same thing that the two prophets did in the Babylonian captivity. They are adding, in each and every one of those incidents, the people got killed for adding or taking away from the true words of Yahweh. But right here in this verse, it allows us to know again. And the land is defiled. Therefore, I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. Now, why is Yahweh visiting the iniquity thereof if the iniquity of the Amorites is not full? And it's definitely talking about the Amorites because those are the people that was on the land before we got there. That was told to our father Abram by name. So it tells us one more time in this 25th verse, and the land is defiled. Therefore, I do visit the iniquity. Do not let your brother deceive you. It said, I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself. The Almighty used the land. Vomit out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which we did not, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourn among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, the Amorites, Israel, and the land is defiled. That the land spew not you out also when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. Well, we didn't hearken it. And look what happened to us. According to Jeremiah 9, our dwellings kicked us out, as Yahweh said it would do if we did not take heed to the statutes and judgments. The 29th verse, for whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the soul that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep my ordinances, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. So here's another testimony that not just Yahweh used us to destroy them, but he also used the land to vomit them off of it. I have one or two more I would love to bring out because our brothers have emphatically stated that the iniquity of the Amorites is not full, and they use the judges too to establish their teachings. Well, if we turn to the book of Numbers right quick, the 33rd chapter. Numbers, the 33rd chapter. It tells us again. And we are establishing these truths by the law and by the testimony. Well, we back in the law. Numbers 33. We just left the law. Leviticus, the 18th chapter. And all the places we went in the book of Deuteronomy. So we are establishing these truths by the law and the testimonies. Let's turn to Numbers, the 33rd chapter. For it tells us in Numbers, the 33rd chapter, the 50th verse. Numbers, the 33rd chapter, the 50th verse. And it reads, and Yahweh speak unto Moses in the plain of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, and if y'all don't know where Jordan is in Jericho, look it up, because you are in your land. It tells us in the 51st verse, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye are passed over Jordan, time and place. So these things wasn't supposed to transpire until you passed over Jordan. Into the land of Canaan. Then, Israel, ye shall drive out all, not some. And that's where we aired at. Because this all mean what it say, and it say what it means. So that's where we erred. We didn't do all. So thus they became thorns and snares in our eyes. It says, when ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and pluck down all their high places, and ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein. For I have given you the land to possess it. And the Almighty told him when he was, after the fourth generation. And ye shall drive or divide the land by lot for an inheritance. And that's how we all, or should I say it, that's how all of our fathers received the portions of their land by lot among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot felleth, according to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit. But, please take note, if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land, and we did not, thus our brothers said the iniquity of the Amorite was not full based on our disobedience, and that is incorrect. It is full. We just didn't obey. But if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be what? Pricks in your eyes, and thorns in your side, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell. Again, the law and the testimony proving that the iniquity of the Amorites was full, and we were used to execute the judgment thereof. It's just later on, in retrospect, all of our fathers did not hearken, nor remember, nor believe the words of Yahweh. It also tells us, it was one more place I wanted to establish, and I guess that would be Joshua. Let's go one more place. Let's go to Joshua, the 23rd chapter. And that will be the last place that I show that the children of Israel was used to execute the judgment upon the Amorites in the fourth generation. We just didn't obey all that Yahweh said, so for our disobedience, they became pricks and thorns in our eyes and our sides to trouble us because we did not believe in Yahweh to execute all that he has said. Well, in the 23rd chapter of Joshua, it tells us let's start at the 4th verse. Joshua, the 23rd chapter, the 4th verse reads, and it says, let's start at the 3rd. The 3rd verse tells us this. And ye have seen all that Yahweh your Elohim have done unto all these nations because of you. For Yahweh your Elohim is he that hath fought for you. So the fight is on. And the fight is based on what was told to Abram. Genesis the 15th chapter, the 16th verse. Behold, I have divided into you by lot these nations that remain, to be an inheritance for your tribes, from Jordan with all the nations that I have cut off, even into the great sea westward. And Yahweh your Elohim, he shall expel them from before you, and drive them from out of your sight. And ye shall possess their land, as Yahweh your Elohim hath promised unto you. And drive them out from your sight. And ye shall possess their land, as Yahweh your Elohim promised unto you. Be ye therefore very courageous, to keep and do all that is written in the book of the law. Well, Genesis is one of the books of the law. There are 5 books of the Torah. And the first book prophetically tells Abram what will befall his seed and how the iniquity of the Amorites will be full and Israel will go in and execute judgment, not just upon them that they find, or Yahweh will execute the judgment, not just upon them who they find being servants and afflicted, but also for the iniquity of the Amorites. It reads, be ye therefore very courageous to keep and do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, that ye turn not aside from therefrom to the right hand or to the left. And we read that speaking with Proverbs 4, Lamentation 3, and Leviticus 10, and 1 Kings 12. It says that ye come not among these nations, these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause to swear by them, neither serve them, nor bow yourself into them. And you wouldn't be able to do none of this if you killed everything that breathed, according to Numbers, the 33rd chapter. I think that's where we read that at. Or also, it was in Deuteronomy, the 12th or the 20th chapter. Well, it tells us in the 8th verse, but cleave into Yahweh your Elohim as you have done this day. So this particular day, they had cleaved into Yahweh, and they were executing the judgments upon those nations. For Yahweh have driven out from before you great nations and strong. But as for you, no man have been able to stand before you. And to this day, we've been victorious all the way to this particular day. Joshua, the 23rd chapter, the 9th verse. One man of you shall chase 1,000. For Yahweh your Elohim, he is that fight for you, as he hath promised you. Take good heed, therefore, to yourselves, that ye love Yahweh your Elohim. And how are you going to love Yahweh and tell the people he have not done all that he promised Abram? Else, if you do in any wise go back and cleave into the remnant of these nations, so it was some people left, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in into them, and they to you know for a certainty that Yahweh your Elohim will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be again Israel, punishment for disobedience, snares and traps into you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until ye perish from off this good land, as we are this day, which Yahweh your Elohim hath given you. And behold, this day I am going the way of all the earth, and ye know in your heart, please take note, and in all your souls, that not one thing hath failed of all the good things which Yahweh your Elohim speak concerning you. All Israel are come to pass into you, and not one thing hath failed thereof. Even though Israel was disobedient, we got punished, and he just told us how we get punished again. But not one thing of all the good things that was promised to our fathers failed. It says, therefore it shall come to pass that as all good things are come upon you, which Yahweh your Elohim promised you, so shall Yahweh bring upon you all evil things until he have destroyed you from off this good land, as it is this day, which Yahweh your Elohim have given you. When ye have transgressed the covenant of Yahweh your Elohim, which he commanded you, and have gone and served other gods, and bow yourself to them, then shall the anger of Yahweh be kindled against you, and ye shall perish quickly from off the good land which he have given unto you. And we are witnesses that our fathers have perished quickly off the good land. So no, Israel, do not believe your brothers. I don't care what they call themselves. I don't care what they wearing. Do not put your brother words before the words of Yahweh, for you will only be in error, and you will be found a liar. As I have taught, there is a time for everything under the sun, and we are dealing with time and place. Also, that which was reported, and we're going to review, is that Yahweh told Abram of this horror, and this horror transpired into the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. And our brothers see this as the path of Yahweh, but it is not. For there is a time for everything under the sun, and they are mixing apples with oranges, because when they read Genesis, the 15th chapter, they start bringing up Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. They start talking about ships and all that, and you will not find the word ship in Genesis, the 15th chapter. But our brothers, with their lack of understanding, automatically relates Genesis 15 with Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. And that is a terrible teaching, because Genesis, or should I have said, Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, was not told to our father Abram. You will not find Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, nowhere in the prophetic vision that was shown to our father Abram in Genesis, the 15th chapter. But when the elders and the Israelites got together last week, as I stated, their conclusion was this was the 400 years. So they are missing the actual prophecy that was given to Abram. They started talking about ships, and we walked into Egypt. We didn't walk in America. And let me rephrase that, because that is a terrible statement. We walked into Egypt. We did not walk into the four corners of the earth, because that's where we are today. Even though our brothers keep being blindsided and keep focusing on one nation out of them all, which they call America, that is not where Israel is at. Israel is not just in America. Israel is scattered on the four corners of the earth. And Yahweh said that he will deliver us from the east, the north, the west, and the south. Not according to Genesis, the 15th chapter, but according to after Genesis, after Israel received the law, the covenant of the law on Mount Sinai, after Israel found themselves in the land of promise a long time and forsook Yahweh, these things befell them. And it was told that these things will befall them in the wilderness. It was told our fathers. And we received those instructions after the 430 years sojourning in Egypt. So again, our brothers and sisters are sorrowfully mistaken, because there was no ships mentioned to our father Abram. And they were saying, in a sense, that sorrows and things like that is going to come on us even more, because we are being close to being over with. So they saying it's close to being over with, and it better be close, because you said next year. That is real close. And you teaching bad, because you're teaching that these things happened with ships, and it did not. And they speak also with the count. They tried to let us know that we are misunderstanding the 400 and the 430 years because we don't count that good. And they start taking the listening audience to different scriptures in Exodus and in Leviticus, talking about, well, if this person is 5 years old, how did they count that? If this son is 20 years old, how did they count that? And they use the scriptures that allow me to know that they really don't know what they're talking about. And let me show you one of the scriptures that allow me to know they don't really know how to count, nor do they know how to obey the word of Yah. Let's turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, right quick, because they said it's a way of counting. They said Yahweh didn't leave us blind. Yahweh allowed us to know how to count. Well, let's turn and see what Yahweh said, and let's see is our brothers counting according to the instruction. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And all these things are vital because I said they are our brothers and our sisters. And eventually we're going to run into our brothers and our sisters. And when we talk to our brothers and our sisters about our Father, we want to know the truth. We want to be able to walk in agreement together. Well, right now we can't because they are still lying, and one day Yahweh is going to make it not where we come to them, where they come to us. And these things is going to be explained fully. And in that day, we're going to plague ourselves, or we're going to covenant ourselves to adhere to nothing but the truth. We're not going to keep having these little meetings and you say what you want to say and he say what he want to say and then we all go our prospective way with the same thought. No, that is nothing. When our fathers got together and they reformed, they plagued themselves or they covenanted themselves to acknowledge all the truth. And that's what I demand dealing with my brothers this day. Well, in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, they told the people, go to 10th verse and the 14th verse. So let's go and read it with understanding. And it tells us in the 10th verse of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Let's start at the 9th. That way we make sure we know exactly who is speaking, and that way we know exactly whose words we are disobeying. And it reads in the 9th verse, and Yahweh speaks unto Moses, saying, so these are Yahweh words. Don't get mad at me because I'm quoting all that Yahweh said. It says, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when, the word when represents time. When ye become into the land. The particular land that is spoken in this 10th verse represent place. It reads, when ye become into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest into the priest. And I really don't even know why he used that verse to establish the count. But he really told on himself, because this verse lets us know whatever they was going to count, whatever they was going to do, it was a time and place. And it told you when ye be come into the land. You are not in the land today, but you counting according to the instruction when you are in the land. So you're not in the land, but you count anyway. And that is not the instruction. The instruction is make the count when you come in that land. He also told the people to go to the 14th verse. And the 14th verse says, and ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the self-same day that ye have brought an offering into your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. The 15th verse reads, and ye shall count into you from the morrow. Please take note, Israel. This is talking about when you get in the land. That you was to start counting into you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering. 7 Sabbaths shall be complete. Even into the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number, count 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto Yahweh. So the point I'm using is they brought this out, but they don't understand what this say. Because if they did, they would automatically see what we see today, according to the time and according to the place was these days to be counted, according to the instruction. It was another place that they took us. I don't remember off the top of my head, but this is definitely one of the places that another Moray took the listening audience. It was Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. They took them to the 10th verse, had them read that. I thought they read something else in there, but I don't see nothing dealing with the count. And then he had the man that was doing the reading for him go to the 14th verse and the 15th verse and the 16th verse like I just read. And each one of these verses denote Israel being in the land when they made their count. You are not in the land today, nor did Yahweh tell you to count wherever you was at. It's also told let me make sure I clean all this up, dealing with whatever they reported, dealing with the 400 years. We are reviewing their conference and the things that they tried to pull over on the people. And so far, we done refuted those things. It tells us they also said they all agreed that this was the end of the time. Not all of them agreed on the 400 years. But many of them believed that this was Jacob's trouble, or Jacob's trouble was coming, and that had me bewildered, because I understand that Israel is under Jacob's trouble now and has been for many years. They teaching as if Jacob's trouble is coming upon us because of these certain signs and things that they say they see. Well, eventually they are blind by the signs, because Israel had been under Jacob's trouble for a long time. we have been men of travail for a long time, walking around here like we a woman about to deliver a child, which only represent pain. And we have been in pain as long as I can remember, Israel. But they teach that it's coming up. That is about all that I see on the 400 years that they actually said. I don't want to say no more than what they said. And like I said, all you got to do is go on YouTube or the House of Israel or Cincinnati, type it up, and you can see what they said themselves. Because I am not about to lie on my brothers. There is no need. There is enough proof in the Holy Scriptures where I can show that they are in error without lying on our people. There was also a statement being made by one of the Marays dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread that I truly believe is important that I should bring out. And what was told on their recording was Israel was supposed to get rid of leaven out of their habitation, out of their houses. And they used it, Exodus, the 12th chapter. But when they used it, Exodus, the 12th chapter, in their reading, they skipped at something that I truly understand. Let us turn our scriptures to to Exodus, the 12th chapter. And let me say this while we turn into Exodus, the 12th chapter, because I don't want to be hard on my brothers. I know the scripture tells us that we should go to and fro throughout the earth seeking for the true words of Yahweh and should not find it. And many times when we listen to our brothers and sisters teaching, we find that that is a very true statement and that our brothers and sisters have not found the true words of Yahweh. For the scripture tells us that you can hand the book to one that is not learned, and he will tell you they are not learned. And you can hand the book to one that is learned, and he will reveal to you that he cannot read nor understand this book by telling you that the book is sealed. And like I said, I don't want to be hard on my brothers. So what I'm about to say is not a personal attack, but it is something to open up our eyes when we're searching for the truth. Well, one of the top Marays of that congregation stated, Isaiah, the 28th chapter, the 9th verse. And they stated that as if Yahweh have left a formula for Israel to understand his words. And that formula is based upon line upon line, line upon line, precept upon precept, precept upon precept. Here a little and there a little. And I just quoted that. It might have one or two more words in there, and you can read it yourself to find out. But I'm just expounding, or my recollection is telling me that's how it goes. Well, the point I am making is we have already taught a couple years ago that this is a time. When you read these words in Isaiah, the 28th chapter, the 9th to the 12th verse, I think it is, it is a taunt against the man that Yahweh sent to reprove the leaders of Israel. So the leaders of Israel taunted Isaiah. And in their taunting, the Almighty told Isaiah to tell them, well, these words of life will wind up being words of death to you, to where you will fall based on this line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little and there a little. Please read and study the whole chapter, and you will find out what your brothers Samuel have taught dealing with Isaiah, the 28th chapter, is truth. It is a taunt. It is not a formula that Yahweh have left in the Holy Scriptures for you and I to learn the words of Yah. But the brother, my dear brother, that many of us have terribly represented, Alicia Israel, have taught this for many years. And many people forget, and I don't know how those brothers forget, but many people forget I was under those teachings. That brother took me around many places in the country because I was considered a good student. So I understood those things. I perpetrated those things. I solicited those things to other people, and I was in error. And I have told the people for years that I was in error. So don't take me as a fool and someone looking on the outside, inside, because I was inside. Now I am on the outside, warning the people not to go inside. And I can only do that because I was inside doing the same foolishness that they are teaching this day. And I wanted to say that because how can we truly confide in our brothers and trust our brothers' teaching if what they are saying is incorrect? I don't care if it's to introduce the lesson or not. You still speaking to the people foolishly. You are speaking to the people in error because Isaiah 28, 9 through 12 don't mean that your teacher left with you. It don't mean that. And I can prove it any day of the week. And many of you brothers that keep talking about your Hebrew scholars and all that, read it in Hebrew and call me and tell me if I'm not telling the truth. Tell me it's not a time. And one more place of bad teaching and error, we done spoke on it again, before, but we'll speak on it again and again and again until our people get it. According to Isaiah, the 34th chapter. And I will turn there real quick. I see it's almost 8 o'clock, so we're about to end shortly, but let's go to Isaiah 34 and 16. For our same genius, Moray, and the reason I say genius is because they talk as if these words is monopolized, like they got a monopoly on the words of Yah. And if you ain't saying what they saying, you are in error. You don't know the scriptures because you don't teach what Moray Alicia taught. Well, according to Isaiah, the 34th chapter, let us all turn here quickly. It tells us in the 16th verse, and I have taught this already, and I know when I taught it, it was new to many of us, like it might be new to many of us today, and eventually it is new to the Morays that is teaching this particular verse. The verse tells us in the 16th verse, seek ye out of the book of Yahweh and read. And if that is the instruction, let's follow the instruction. So you just read, seek ye out of the book of Yahweh and read. Let's stop. And let's follow the instructions. So let's go up to the 8th verse. And let's read back down to the 16th verse. Because I need you to see this with your own eyes. It tells us in the 8th verse, for it is the day of Yahweh vengeance, in the year of recompense, for the controversy of Zion. And the streams thereof shall be turned into pits. Please hear these words and put this terrible picture in your mind. It says, and the streams where the water be, thereof shall be turned into pit, and the dust thereof into brimstone, and the land thereof shall become burning pits. And this is a place supposed to be fruitful. It says, and it shall not be quenched night nor day. The smoke thereof shall go up forever, from generation to generation. It shall lie waste. None shall pass through it forever and ever. But the cormorant, which is another word for pecan or pecan, and the bittern shall possess it. Look who's dwelling and possessing Zion. The owl also, and the raven. The owl is considered a dirty bird, so is the raven. Shall dwell in it, and he shall stretch out upon it the line of confusion, and the stones of emptiness. They shall call the nobles thereof to the kingdom, but none shall be there. And all her princes shall be nothing. Talking about Israel. The nobles and the princes of Israel, nothing. And thorns shall come up in her palaces, nettles and brambles in the fortresses thereof. And it shall be an habitation of dragons, and a court for owls, or the daughters of the owls. The wild beasts of the desert shall also meet with the wild beasts of the owls, and the septary shall cry to his fellow. The screech owl also shall rest there and find for herself a place of rest. So far in this gruesome picture, you should see a bunch of foul things in Zion. And these foul things only find themselves in Zion based on Yahweh's vengeance in the year of recompense for the controversy of Zion. Then it reads in the 15th verse. There shall the great owl make her nest, and lay and hatch, and gather under her shadow. Please take note of this next sentence. There shall the vultures also be gathered, every one with her mate. Then we read the 16th verse with understanding, and it reads, seek ye out of the book of Yahweh, as we just did, and read. No one of these shall fail. None shall want her mate. And the great Murray of the day said, and what is these? He stopped. He asked in the listening audience the question. He said, and what is these? Based on no one of these shall fail. He said, what is these? And none shall want her mate. What is these? The brother said, it is the books of Yahweh. And he even established that there was not 66 books, but there was 39 books. So he definitely meant what he said. And he said that answering his question that he made to the listening audience, what is these? No one of these shall fail. None shall want her mate. What is these? And he said, again, Israel, these are the books of Yahweh. And there are 39 books. Okay? It also finished reading, before I answer it, it says, it hath commanded, and what is the it? He didn't ask that, but I know what the it is. It is the Spirit of Yahweh. It is Yahweh's doing. It says, it hath commanded, and his Spirit, it hath gathered them. What is it that hath been commanded, and the Spirit of Yahweh gathered them? According to what you just read, from the 8th verse to the 16th verse. And again, Israel, if y'all have forgot your brother's teaching, it is the creatures that we just read about. And the clue, if you didn't get it from the very 8th verse, is the 15th verse. For it says, there shall the great owl make her nest. Where? What is you talking about? What is the concept? It's Zion. And it's dealing with the vengeance and the recompense for the controversies of Zion. So when you read this 15th verse and it says, there shall the great owl make her nest, it's talking about in Zion. And lay and hatch and gather under her wings, there shall the vulture, and you know what a nasty vulture is, also be gathered, everyone with her mate. So I guess this is scriptures too. I guess this is talking about the books of the law and testimony history too. No, you are in error. For when you read the 16th verse, it says, seek ye out of the book of Yahweh and read, as we just did. And it got that connote, that the notion note, it lets you know that that is the end of that matter. And then it tells you, no one of these shall fail. What is these? These are the creatures that you just read about from the 9th verse down to this 16th verse. No one of these shall fail, meaning all that Yahweh said will be in there is going to be there because Yahweh's Spirit directs them to be there. And then it says this. None of what? Of the creatures we just read about shall want her mate. How you know that? Because it tells you that in the 15th verse, the last sentence, there shall the vultures also be gathered, every one with her mate. And then the 17th verse continuing says, and he have cast a lot for them. Just like he cast a lot for Israel when we received the land of Israel coming in from the wilderness. Well, the Almighty said, I cast a lot for these animals, for that particular land. And his hand have divided it into them by line. They shall possess it forever, for one generation to generation, they shall dwell therein. All day and every day. Isaiah 34:16 is talking about the creatures that Yahweh has supplanted in the land of Zion based on his vengeance in the year of recompense for the controversy that he had against Zion or the children of Jerusalem. This have nothing to do with the other books of the law. This have nothing to do with Yahweh having 39 books in the Holy Scripture. This is used to show Israel the displeasure of their Creator dealing with the controversy that was in this day. So my point is, how many other things have our brother erred on if they erred on these simple scriptures? Because to me, Isaiah 28:9, that's simple. I've been knowing that for years. Isaiah 34:6, that is simple. I see straight through that. But these guys have been raised for 30 and 40 years, and they are still teaching the same thing that Moray Alicia have taught them. And they are in error. They are putting the glory of a man over the glory of Yahweh. Now let's go to Exodus, the 12th chapter, right quick. For here is another mistake that they have made. And many people ain't catching it. But every time they throw it my way, I catch it. And I bring it right back to them. Exodus, the 12th chapter. And I have taught for many days that you will be able to catch them. Well, in Exodus, the 12th chapter, they was teaching on the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Like I said, we'll get into more of this next week, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. For those that want to hear more on the Feast of Unleavened Bread or the Passover, all they have to do is go on our line on the House of Yeshurun on YouTube, and you will find several lessons on the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We have a very good lesson on the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread called What is the Significance of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread? We did it last year. We did 1 year before that. So we have several presentations that one can go to today to find out what Yahweh have said about two of the greatest feasts of them all. Well, today, though, we are dealing with the review, not just the review of the 400-year prophecy, but the review based on the current events dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And our brothers told us that we were supposed to eat unleavened bread wherever we at. They kept on saying, well, don't get yourself in trouble because you want to eat some fluffy bread and all this mess. You can't put the wine down and the beer down. They be speaking sarcastically and all these things. But in their teachings, they are in error. And they told us who was not supposed to eat leavened bread. And they said, all of us, wherever we are at. They said, this is our habitation. They say 1 minute we say this ain't our habitation, the next minute we telling people to get out our yard and all that. They saying, well, that is your habitation. That is what you own. That is not what your Creator has said. That is you allowing your heart to deceive you. But they took us to Exodus, the 12th chapter. And they read from Exodus, the 12th chapter. And they read from Exodus, the 12th chapter. And I'll start at the 43rd verse. And it reads, and Yahweh said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof. But every man's servant that is brought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. And during the Passover, many of our people take care packages and all that stuff back home because they know the marays or they know the people that's running the function, and there might be some leftovers, so they take it back. They ain't gonna waste that good lamb or that good goat, so they wind up taking it home, even though it is against the ordinances of the Passover. The 47th verse reads, because they were saying all of the congregation of Israel should keep it, and it reads, all the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with thee, and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be, please take note, as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. So this stranger that is bought with your money, born in your house, had to keep the same law that Israel kept. And Israel had to keep the law based on them being in the land. That's why it tells us, and he shall be as one that is born in the land. You can find this same terminology and the same meaning in the book of Leviticus, the 16th chapter, relating to the Day of Atonement. They use the same terminology for all those that will be atoned and for all those that was to afflict themselves on the Day of Atonement. It says, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and to the stranger that sojourn among you. Thus did all the children of Israel, as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass the selfsame day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. So the point I was bringing up and that I seen in this is that the stranger and the Israelites that kept the Passover in their land. The only time they did not keep the Passover in their land was when Yahweh delivered them out of Egypt, and when Yahweh was with them in the wilderness by a pillar of fire during the night and a cloudy pillar during the day. Yahweh instructed us to prove us to see if we will keep his law or not. Deuteronomy, the 8th chapter, the 3rd verse. So this denotes that they that keep the Passover had to be of the children of Israel, born. And the stranger had to be one that sojourned among us, that was born in our house or bought with our money. And they said that dealing with the Feast of Unleavened Bread, no leaven shall be seen. We were supposed to get leaven out of our houses. Well, I read earlier about how we was to acknowledge all that Yahweh has said. And if we acknowledge all that Yahweh has said, and so far we have not, because our brothers just teach that we should not have any leaven in our houses. They're not that foolish to teach that we got control of this nation and teach us all that Yahweh has said. Because Yahweh said not just no leaven in your house. He said there should be no leaven seen. There should be no leaven touched. And we can prove these things real quickly by looking at the very next chapter. The very next chapter tells us. And before we go to the very next chapter, I'll just tell us this, since we was already there. Exodus, the 12th chapter, the 14th to the 20th verse, allow us to know that we were not to eat any leaven, nor any leaven being seen. Well, in the very next chapter, the 13th chapter, it tells us in the 3rd verse, Exodus, the 13th chapter, 13th verse, dealing with leaven, it tells us, and Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no leaven be eaten. It continued to read and says, this day came ye out in the month Abib, And it shall be when Yahweh, please take note, time and place. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month. This should be plain and simple. This verse here should be more than enough dealing with this feast day, dealing with this service, because it tells you exactly when and where it's to be done. The 6th verse, 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast unto Yahweh. And all of Yahweh's feasts consist of a burnt offering. There is no priest today. You are not in the land. There is no altar, nor is you among the tabernacle. These feast days were only supposed to be done in your inheritance, in the land that you possess, the same land that flowed with milk and honey, as you just read in the 5th verse. It says in the 7th verse, unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen. So it say first it says you don't eat. Next it tell you it better not be seen. With thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in what? All thy quarters. And thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, this is done. In that day you was in your homeland. Not in the day of captivity, but in that day that your service is to be done. It says, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial between thy eyes. Please take note, a memorial, that Yahweh's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand have Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this service, or keep this ordinance, in his season from year to year, as it is written. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that open the metric, and every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast, the male shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck, and all the firstborn of man among thy children shall thou redeem. And it shall be, as it is this day, when thy son asks thee in time to come, saying, what is this? As I am saying today to our brothers and sisters that's teaching that they can keep the Passover in wherever you are at, or the Feast of Unleavened Bread wherever you are at. It says, what is this that thou shalt say unto him? By strength of hand Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh will wholly let us go, dealing with the Passover, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beasts. Therefore I sacrifice, and you sacrifice as he told us to do with the animals and with the sons. And if it's an ass, you break its neck and redeem it with a lamb. Thus it says, therefore, the last sentence in the 15th verse, therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that open the metric, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeemed. And it shall be for a token upon thy hand, and for frontlet between thy eyes. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt. And the Passover, just like the Feast of Unleavened Bread, are two festivals that commemorates the acts and the deliverance of the children of Israel out of a land that they found themselves strangers, being afflicted, and servants. It also tells us in the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy, real quick. The 16th chapter of Deuteronomy. I'm not going to go any further into the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread due to time restraint. I would like to read this right quick. In Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, because according to the current events, they said that no leaven supposed to be with us. We supposed to stop eating leaven wherever we at. And so far, no leaven, and we supposed to stop eating leaven was based on our land. And if you read the book of Numbers, which I will read next week, but if you read the book of Numbers, the 9th chapter, you will find that the children of Israel kept a memorial, because that is what's commanded in Exodus, the 12th chapter, kept a memorial of the Passover in the wilderness the very next year, because Yahweh instructed us to, and he was among us. But when you read Numbers, the 9th chapter, you would notice that the Feast of Unleavened Bread is not mentioned. And the Feast of Unleavened Bread was done the very next day after the Passover. But you will find in the book of Numbers, in the wilderness, the children of Israel did not keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Or at least it is not mentioned nowhere in the wilderness. Well, in the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy, I would like to show us one more place where it allow us to know if we were in our land, we were not to eat any leaven. And these laws are given to us because we were to govern ourselves in the promised land. And if we governed ourselves in the promised land and we made a declaration that all the leaven would be out of the country, then we were able to execute that. Today, you cannot. Thus, you have minimized the words of Yahweh and just said, well, we don't supposed to have leaven in our houses, or we don't supposed to eat leaven. Well, that is not the instructions. The instructions is, thou shalt not eat any leaven, you should not see any leaven in your house, in your habitation, in your coasts, in your quarters, nor your borders. And our brothers are not teaching that, because they know they will reveal to us that that is something that's impossible for us to do today. Well, in the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy, it tells us in the 4th verse, and there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts. Do you know what a coast is? Eventually, you do not. If you have diminished the word coast to mean your house, it reads, and there shall no leavened bread and there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts 7 days. Neither shall there anything of the flesh which thy sacrifice, which allow you to know, the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread comes with a sacrifice, and it is called a burnt offering. The first day, even at even, remain all night until the morning. So we see we should not eat it, we should not see it, it should not be in our house, it should not be in our coast. It also tells us, there's one more place I wanted to go dealing with the coasts and the borders, and I don't remember saying the borders, but that was also included. And when you look at those terminology, it allows us to know that it consists of the whole country of Israel, not the world, not wherever Israel find themselves, but the whole country of Israel during this feast was not to have leaven among them. It was not to be seen. It was not to be eaten. It was not to be touched. And if we are witnessing the truth today, we know that during this festival for our Creator and being in the land of our enemies, we see it, we smell it, depend on how far you or how close you is to these bakeries. We on our jobs. You got leaven and vending machines. You got leaven in these schools. You got leaven on your jobs. If you go to the grocery store, you're going to see leaven. And it lets us know today that it was not meant for us and to be done in captivity, because we have no control of the leaven in these habitations, in these borders, nor in these coasts do we have control of leavened bread. Thus, we will see it, we will smell it. You probably have to touch it depending on what job you got. So it just allows us to know that we are being delusional when we teach that we are not to eat leavened bread in the land of our strangers, to commemorate and allow us to remember that we was afflicted in Egypt. You don't need a piece of leavened bread today to recognize affliction, because you are being afflicted this day. The leavened bread represented us leaving in haste. And every time our brothers bring up the feast of the Passover and the feast of unleavened bread, I notice one thing they can never produce, and that is the very next day. And what I mean by the very next day is, after the Passover, it speaks about the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And it allows us to know that the Feast of Unleavened Bread represents the bread of affliction. And it also represented Israel leaving out of captivity the very next day. But our brothers and sisters have been keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in America and abroad for 400 years, and they can never produce the very next day. They can never show us where we were going out in haste. But you keep keeping it. You keep memorializing it, but you are never leaving out in haste, nor do you find yourself free. Because I need to take you one more place. It told us, as we just read in Exodus, that your sons was going to ask you, what means ye by this service? Well, I want to show you one more place where your sons was going to ask you, what means ye by this service? And we can never answer our children correctly. Let's turn our scriptures to Exodus 12, the 26th verse. And I will close on this note, because it should show us without a shadow of a doubt that our brothers and sisters are in error trying to perpetrate the Passover or the Feast of Unleavened Bread wherever they find themselves this day. Exodus 12, verse 26. And it reads, I'll start at the 24th verse. And ye shall observe this thing. Nope, sorry about that, Israel. Let's go up to the 19th verse. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. Whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. And let me stop, because that was something they put emphasis on. And when they was talking, I just kept shaking my head to myself and said, brother, we are already cut off from the congregation. We've been cut off from the congregation since we got kicked out the land. Thus it reads, again, 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your house. For whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. Whether, please take note who is talking about, whether he be a stranger, and a stranger consists of one that is bought with our money and born in our house, or born in the land, not the world, not America, the land of Canaan, the promised land. Ye shall eat nothing leavened. In all your habitations shall ye eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a branch or a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Egyptians, and when he see the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in into your house to smite you. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance. And the ordinance tell us who it is and where it's supposed to be done. To thee and to thy sons forever. The ordinance changed not. And it shall come to pass, please take note, Israel, when ye be come to the land where Yahweh wants the service to be, which Yahweh will give you. He have not given you America, nor the four corners of the earth. So this service is not done wherever you are at, according as he hath promised. that ye shall keep this service. It should be the end of the conversation, but it's never. It's never not. It's not never ending. Because our brothers are going to continue to lean upon their own understanding and despise these great instructions. It says, and it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, well, today our children are asking these things in captivity because we find ourselves not in the land keeping this service, but we find ourselves in captivity trying to keep a service that was only commanded to be done in the land that flowed with milk and honey. And it says, and it shall come to pass when your children shall say to you, what means ye by this service? That ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed or jumped over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshiped. So it let us know today, Israel, that we have instructions for all that Yahweh has said, and we were to confirm all. Cursed be he that confirms not all. And it also told us, according to Proverbs, the 30th chapter, the 5th and the 6th verse. And I will end on this quote. It quotes and says, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Let's add not Israel, lest we be reproved and be found a liar. Hallelujah, hallelujah, in the end of the presentation. The lines should be open. Is there any comments or questions on anything that we have spoke thus far dealing with the preview of the 400-year prophecy according to current events, and the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread? Is there any comments or questions? You might have to hit the star key twice to unmute yourselves. Is there any comments or questions? I can't hear nothing, so I don't think anyone is unmuted yet. Is there any comments or questions? I think I'm hearing something now. Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom, Deborah from Virginia. I just want to say thank you for the class. It was wonderful. Everything you brought out was on point. I'm just so thankful. Everything that I'm seeing in Israel with the Passover, it grieves my heart. You know, you got brothers and sisters having the Passovers on multiple dates. Some going by the new moon, some going by the counting from the full moon. It's all just disrespectful. And thank you for bringing everything out. And I want to thank the brother for the reading at the beginning. That was a beautiful reading as well. I just want to say shalom to everyone. I'm just thankful for everything that was brought out.
Shalom, shalom, and we thankful for you lending the ear that ye may hear. And you are absolutely correct. We have several Passovers and Feasts of Unleavened Breads coming upon us, and they only represent confusion. Because as we read the instructions, all of Israel was told one thing, and it lets us know the exact dates of those events, when and who that was supposed to keep those dates. So we are in confusion today because our brothers and sisters are refusing to teach us all that Yahweh has said. And if they teach us all that Yahweh has said, we all would know when we're supposed to keep these great feast days, and we would know exactly where we're supposed to keep them.
Mm-hmm. Hallelujah.
I would like to ask, did anybody else hear or see that which was taught dealing with the resurrection of the sacred law, dealing with the 400 years? Did anybody else see that teaching from the house of Israel of Cincinnati? No. Well, I just asked because I don't want nobody to think that I'm hating on my brothers or I've added or taken away from anything that they said. All that I reviewed was based on what I heard from my own ears and seen with my own eyes. And it shows that we are in error. Let me ask this question while y'all come up with some questions. Do we all understand what Isaiah the 34th chapter, the 16th verse means?
Yes.
Do we all see that the mate that is mentioned was the mates of the creatures?
Mm-hmm.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Now we got people that call themselves students of the great Moray Elisha teaching that have nothing to do with the creatures, because they didn't say a word about a creature. They said that was the books of Yahweh, and it is not. It is talking about the creatures shall not want their mates, because Yahweh is going to have them all there based on his spirit.
I got some explaining to do.
Say that again, brother.
No, I said I got some explaining to do because I kind of taught that incorrectly myself, so I might have to go back and holler at a few people.
And that's commendable, to humble yourself to make sure the children of Israel receive the truth. Some of us refuse to humble ourselves and change our teachings based on what we have been taught incorrectly. We have been taught incorrectly. I was sitting under my brother. I know what was taught. I was taught the same thing, and I used to teach the same way to my brothers and sisters as the house of Israel is teaching today. And as I stated earlier, I have been in that seat, and I left that seat. The Almighty delivered me out of the congregation of the dead. And since my deliverance, I have told anyone that I can possibly tell to not enter into the congregation of the dead. Because you truly must be dead if you will not confirm all that Yahweh has said. You must be a dead man walking. Is there any other comments or questions? Who on the listening audience think that Yahweh just told Israel, don't eat leavened bread, and you will be honoring the feast of unleavened bread? No one? That's great. Because we just read way more instructions than just don't eat unleavened bread. And the instructions of not eating unleavened bread allow us to know exactly who he's talking about and where the unleavened bread was not to be seen, eaten in your habitation, your house, your coast, your borders. But we got brothers teaching that it is commendable to not eat unleavened bread. How is that being obedient when you being disobedient? That's just like the tithes. How are you going to tell me that Yahweh said keep the tithes wherever you at, but he tells us exactly where the tithes come from and when to present them? We got brothers wiser than the Creator telling us, well, the Almighty know that we can't save no tithe for 3 years. He ain't tell you to save no tithe for 3 years in the land of your captivity. And then your brother come right back and say, well, we got something better. Just pay it every week. That way you don't be in error. I'm being in error by listening to you, brother.
Exactly.
Because you have added and taken away from the words of our Creator.
Yes.
I didn't hear you, sister. Say that again, please.
No, I was agreeing. Yes, indeed.
Yes, ma'am.
Obedience is better than sacrifice.
Yes, it is, my brother. Yes, sir.
Yes, brother, some here.
Hello? Go ahead, brother. Say your name and where you from.
Yes, this is Brother Benaiah here in Memphis, Tennessee.
Hallelujah.
Okay, I mean, like, what can we actually tell them when, I mean, like, I tell them that the Most High said, fear him and keep away from evil and wickedness. And then they would say that, well, we can't keep the commandments here, so what do we do? And I tell them again, fear the Most High and keep away from evil and wickedness. And for some reason, they can't get it. They're looking for some other scriptures to put out there, because I say that when you look at evil and wickedness, they're going against that. That's contrary to what the Most High already said. So if you keep away from evil and wickedness and everything, you won't be doing idolatry. You won't be doing all the other stuff that the Most High say don't do. You will still be falling in line for what he already gave the commandments to do. But they're looking for some type of silver bullet to show, to do. If we cannot do the statute, laws, and commandments here in the land, they looking for some type of scripture to show that we cannot do it here, other than fear the Most High and keep away from evil and wickedness.
That's a command. That's a command.
But they are not getting it. They are not getting it.
Well, brother, you already showing them the truth. And you don't want to bring forth a lie.
This conference
to
has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
And that's what they're doing in many instances. Like I said, I talked to Murray this morning, and he responded to me, well, I already know that you don't honor the law. And I shook my head, because the brother have never spoken to me personally. Wow. He have never seen me personally. But he know all about me, as he is accusing me of not honoring the law. And as I just stated to everyone that is on this listening audience, I sat under Murray Alicia for over 10 years. I was one of his number one students. He took me everywhere, and I have people on here that will witness that. So I'm not someone that wasn't tricked.